Recording in progress.
All right, welcome to the Village of Cottage Grove Village Board of Trustees meeting on Monday, May 18th, 2026. This is a hybrid meeting occurring both virtually on Zoom with the link at the top of the agenda, in person at Village Hall, and then it's also streamed on our YouTube channel. It's 6:30, so I'll call the meeting to order. We have a quorum and the agenda was properly posted, so we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll move on to the public appearances, public's opportunity to speak. So this is the portion of the meeting, opportunity for community members to share comments and concerns, but it's not an open dialogue with the board. We ask that everyone respect the rights and viewpoints of others, state your name, address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. We'll start with individuals who have submitted a request to speak form and are present tonight, and then open the floor to anyone else in the room or joining us on Zoom. If you are on Zoom, we ask that you hover over the react button and use the raise hand feature so that we can unmute you. We'll start with Peter Dahl.
Okay, thank you. Publishing village board meeting minutes in the local paper may sound like a transparency measure, but in reality it is an unnecessary expense that provides very limited public benefit. The village already makes agendas, packets, minutes, live streams, and meeting recordings available online at no cost to residents. These resources are accessible immediately, searchable, and available to far more people than a printed newspaper. The local newspaper's printed circulation is currently only 229 copies, and that's across both the town and the village combined. Spending taxpayer dollars to print lengthy meeting minutes for such a limited audience is difficult to justify when the exact same information is already available through multiple existing village communication channels. Just as important, since the village stopped publishing meeting minutes in the newspaper in January, Village Hall has not received a single request from any resident asking where to find minutes or requesting a printed copy. That strongly suggests that the current system is working and residents are already accessing information through village website and other village resources. This proposal may seem minor financially, but this is exactly how municipal budgets grow over time. One small, reoccurring expense after another. Residents are already concerned about rising taxes and government spending. Adding ongoing publication costs for a service with little demonstrated demand sends the wrong message about fiscal priorities. If the village wants to improve transparency, there are far more effective and lower cost ways to do it, including continuing timely online posting of agendas and minutes, maintaining live streams and archived recordings, providing printed copies of minutes upon request at Village Hall, and using newsletters, social media, and others to notify residents of meetings and actions. These tools already provide broader access, faster communication, and significantly lower costs than newspaper publication. The village should focus on responsible spending and modern communication methods rather than reinstating outdated and unnecessary recurring expenses. So let's use some data-driven decisions and move forward. Thank you.
Mark?
I gotta say, in preparation for this, I felt like I was getting ready for a book club. You get 65 pages for the Bellevue, another 44 for that, for the River Falls.
Is your mic on?
And then 11 for us. So, I mean, we're doing a lot with very little information for our book. So, I see on the agenda tonight, there's a, you're looking at revising the handbook for new trustees. And these are my thoughts, especially after evaluating everything and reading all of it. When evaluating the integration of governance handbooks between the Village of Cottage Grove, the City of River Falls, and Bellevue, the purpose should be clear to improve consistency, accountability, and the operational clarity within village government. However, what must also be examined is how authority shifts when multiple governance ethics, conduct, and administrative policies are merged into a single highly structured framework. Both the River Falls and Bellevue models introduced a more centralized and procedural system, strengthens administrative control over communication, meeting structure, policy interpretation, confidentiality expectations, and professional conduct standards. On paper, this increases efficiency and reduces ambiguity. However, when layered governance documents are combined, broader subjective standards such as professionalism, reputational protection, confidentiality, and orderly conduct can unintentionally shift how disagreement is treated within the system. What begins as administrative guidance may, in practice, become a framework where strong criticism, policy challenges, or procedural objections are increasingly filtered through compliance or conduct-based interpretations. In that environment, legitimate oversight by elected trustees, such as questioning administrative decisions, challenging policy direction, or speaking publicly on controversial issues, can risk being interpreted through a disciplinary or procedural lens rather than a governance one. Similarly, people kind of like me, engaged residents who participate actively in public meetings or request information may experience their participation being more tightly regulated through these formal rules of procedure. The key issue is not the existence of rules, but how they are enforced and interpreted over time. Once integrated, these systems also expand the role of administrative leadership and village legal counsel, both of whom are funded by taxpayers in managing disputes, interpreting conduct standards, and determining procedural responses. What does this mean? This can shift municipal legal resources from purely advisory and protective functions into tools that may, intentionally or not, be used to defend institutional decisions against scrutiny. This becomes more significant in the structure of the village itself. Only trustees and the village president are required to be residents of our community, while the village administrator, staff, and legal counsel may reside outside the village. That creates a governance dynamic where non-resident administrative authority, supported by institutional and legal processes, can increasingly influence how elected officials and residents experience participation, oversight, and accountability. This is not an argument against structure or professionalism. It's a caution about unintended consequences. The goal of governance integration should be to strengthen transparency and accountability, not to create systems where disagreement is constrained by process or where oversight becomes harder to exercise. A well-designed governance framework should make it easier to ask questions, challenge decisions, and engage the public, not more difficult. And one final point. If a data center is ever considered by leadership in our village of Cottage Grove, I strongly, in the most strong words that I can come up with, suggest it be put to referendum so that the village tax-paying residents can decide for their own future. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak? All right. With that, we're going to move on to discuss and consider the minutes from the village board meeting from May 4th, and those meeting minutes are linked in the agenda.
I'd move approval of the minutes as presented.
Second.
All right. Motion by Murphy, second by JP. Any other discussion or clarification on the minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Oh, and just a reminder for our two trustees online, if you can raise your hand if you'd like to speak, and then Lisa and I'll monitor the hand raising, so we make sure that we give you an opportunity to speak tonight. All right, we're going to move on to presentations from to the board. This is a concept presentation from Lennar for a potential 162-unit single-family home development off Ridge Road. It's for feedback only, so no action will be taken tonight. Invite the presenters up. You can either stand or sit, and then just make sure you have your microphone on. It's the little man speaking there, or little individual speaking. Sorry.
How about that? Thank you. I wanted to introduce a couple of my team members here tonight. Reed Bianucci is one of my associates at Lennar, and we brought our land planner, Zach Lukes from GRWA Associates, our designers. So I want to thank you for hearing us tonight. We did go before the Plan Commission quite a few weeks back, and wanted to introduce ourselves to you and talk about our thoughts on the property. A little bit about Lennar. We've been working in this area for 3 or 4 years now, at least, I think, in several communities. We are a publicly traded company. We've been around since 1950. Okay, there's the site plan. We do have a PowerPoint. We don't need it right now. It's fine. Since 1954, publicly traded since in the middle 70s. So, over 1 million homes built over time. We're first or second largest home builder in the country, depending on how you measure and what year. So we are working in, our division here works out of Northwest Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. So we're working about 50 different communities, 5 or 6 or more in Wisconsin locally. I think we talk about Stoughton, Windsor, Oregon, Columbus, Pleasant Prairie, Sauk City. So we've been around a little bit, had a few communities started and actually completed, and we're committed to growing. As far as our team here, we have a lot more resources than a lot of communities. We built last year, I think, about 16 miles of road and 2,500 home sites. We build and close. I think we started 2,180 homes and almost 1,900 closings. So very fairly vertically integrated. So we have a mortgage company, and it's crazy good deals. We figure out how to get people in homes. We do mortgage buy downs. You might see promotions where you get 3.99% introductory for a year or two, and then your 30-year mortgage goes to maybe it's 4.99 or something. Even in this market right now, where rates are over 6, I think they go up and down a little bit. But as a company, 70,000 homes annually. So it's really more about the resources that we have and able to fulfill our commitments to our communities. Relationships are very important to us. And being able to start, finish, keep everybody happy, abide by our commitments to the community, and build communities that people want to live in. So you won't see design that's totally gridded out or anything. We'd like to have land dedicated to amenities and some of the features that I think Zach's going to be able to show you in a minute here. But maybe this is a good time to introduce him and let Zach go over some of the site features we're talking about. So with that, come on up, Zach, and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. So as we look at the site is a 68-acre site located just north and east of downtown. It's located on Ridge Road. The site is bisected by Ridge Road, and as we've got 55-foot and 65-foot single-family homes that we're proposing. On the south side of Ridge Road, we're proposing ranch-style homes. We do butt up to a community to the west, and we've provided a nice 40 to 50-foot buffer in between our homes and those homes with 2 different parks in the community, naturalized detention basins, and a walking trail path that, in working with staff, we hope will continue all the way south to a regional trail eventually. So that's what you're seeing on the west side of the site here. As I mentioned, 2 different parks, one park space on the north, 1 park space on the south. And I personally know that Lennar, when coming to a site like this, really values a park space in general. walking trails in general, and we design, pretty premium products in their parks. Like I mentioned, the detention basins are all naturalized, so we do have a series of planting styles that go from a prairie style down to wetland style. So very attractive and provide for some nice amenities in the community and premium home sites that back up to some of the detention basins. Lastly, as I mentioned, a walking trail that goes through the site on the north side and down into the south portion. And as I mentioned, would eventually lead down to a regional park or a regional trail system and link up to that. Thank you and appreciate your time.
Hi, Rick again. Yeah, I wanted to expand a little bit about what Zach was talking about on our plan. And if you take a look at Ridge Road, we're entering both sides of the community. You'll notice that's where we focus a lot of green space. So when you're coming in, the appearance and presentation of coming in is it's fantastic. And that path, the path that we're talking about does wind down or straight along the west side and down along to that connection. So just trying to pull everything together with a really great appearance in the front of the community. So with that, we might talk about product a little bit. Like Zach said, ranch homes are focused on the southern area, and that's kind of tends to be a move down kind of buyer because it's more expensive construction. On the north end, we have single ranches and two-story homes, traditional homes ranging from about 1,800 square feet up to about 2,900 square feet. If you ever get out to a place called Oregon, Highlands and Netherwood is where we're building those homes. So very beautiful community over there. And I think, I don't know, oh, there we go. I didn't see we changed. But that's the little homes, and then I think the next couple pages it's sample communities that we did. Highlands and Netherwood, Cardinal Heights and Columbus, not very many homes, but it's gonna be neat. Kettle Park West is behind, I think there's a Walmart and stuff on the corner. Cardinal Estates is all the way out in Sauk City. Another very nice community. So got a couple aerial photos and some sample photographs or renderings of some of our homes.
This is the last page I have in the PDF.
Oh, that's the one you have? Okay. We'll have to do better on page organization. I apologize for that. But anyway, I just want to open it up for questions and tell you anything I can help you with.
And open it up to board feedback.
Yes.
Renee has her hand up.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and for your information shared tonight. So I guess I have some questions about how you would plan to collaborate and communicate with the village, given the volume of national consumer complaints and litigation involving large-scale production home builders related to drainage and grading, construction quality and infrastructure issues. So what additional due diligence could be expected from your company? And that would include stormwater engineering, grading plans, infrastructure durability, roadway maintenance and impacts, inspection oversight, and of course, long-term taxpayer exposure exposed, or that rides along with this proposed development.
Okay, well, land development and production home building, especially land development and engineering standards have come a long way in the last 30 or 40 years. And we hire nothing but the best consulting engineers. And of course, the village has its own protocols in place. And the state of Wisconsin also has its own protocols in place for stormwater, wetlands, wildlife, erosion control measures, oversight. As far as village protections go, very standard to issue a letter of credit to cover the cost of improvements in case things were, a builder were to fail. We've actually, since I've been at the company now for 8 years, when I started, that's all we were doing. We were going in and fixing and recommissioning and restarting communities that other builders had failed. Now, we didn't fail because we're publicly traded, and our reputation is important to us. So our reputation is important here and in communities, and we also welcome you to call any community that we're working in to see how they feel about us. We do value our relationships, and research on the internet will get you various answers that may not be accurate. Let's just say that. So
Right, and I received my information from the Wall Street Journal and the Better Business Bureau, and there was, as a matter of fact, an article that just came out today from the Wall Street Journal. So that just, I guess,
Can I
to me,
interrupt you, ma'am?
raised some.
I would just say that'd be caution. This is not the venue for that kind of discussion. It really isn't.
Well, I guess the venue should be appropriate for this type of concession discussion when we're vetting vendors to come into the community and build the sizable homes. So to me, it's a huge red flag if a vendor cannot have these open discussions.
We're happy to discuss this with you. That's not an issue. So I think what we're talking about is we have all the protections that is afforded every home builder and developer. Okay, nothing less and probably more. Okay, I'll tell you that.
I think Casey, you had a question.
Yeah, so the walking trail that hopes to connect the regional, is that I'm looking at the picture here, so that it's like the solid black line that runs on the southern part west of the park there and then crosses over and kind of loops under like where it looks like it says 107, 110, 115. Is that the proposed walking trail, or am I misreading that?
Yeah, I think you basically have it. Yeah,
But it connects, it touches both of the park.
Yes, it does. It's hard to see on there because of the scale, really, but it does go along, and it doesn't quite touch the black line, but it's it's a few feet behind it, and then there's that 30-foot spacing with some landscaping in there as well. So
Right.
It's intended to be buffer between the neighbors and us.
Right, and I appreciate that you mentioned that you hope to connect it to the regional trails.
Yeah.
This isn't strictly related to the feedback on this particular proposal, but there's been a lot of concerns with the neighborhood you mentioned there to the west, Arrowwood. They don't have any other outlet to Main Street for Cottage Grove, so there's a lot of extra traffic concern. So I think it's important to mention it anytime there's development discussed in this area, but anything that can contribute to connections like that to lend itself to eventually getting a second outlet in there, I think is steps in the right direction, not necessarily saying this is sufficient for that, but I appreciate that that's there. So thank you.
Yeah, I understand. So obviously it's part of that, and it's part of the process that we all go through, and I think I'm sure it's in your codes to get a traffic study. So that is in, if you look at the north end, there is a provision for connecting roadway at the north end at such time as that property is developable.
Renee, you have your hand back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. I don't think I took it down from before.
Okay. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I'm reading this right. The southern portion It says that lots are 55 by 125 on average. Is that right?
That would be the minimum
The minimum lot? Do you know-
minimum width, yeah. So that what that typically entails is, I think, about a 7-foot minimum setback on average on each side.
Okay. So, like Casey was saying, a lot of what I've heard from the people that live around there they're generally okay with new development there. They just want to make sure we get the infrastructure right. So I know we're going to talk about residential TIDs later, but it's a new law. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it or not, but I'd be interested to see if there's anything we can do with that so that we can maybe make a residential TID, generate some increment, and make sure we get that infrastructure right. So that would be something to look into if you would be willing to. I'd appreciate that.
Are you talking about for off-site improvements? Because I think we're open to discussions about the frontage here. Obviously,
Sure.
that would be an engineering and traffic study issues as well. So this is all part of the process. So the first submittal that we have would include your requirements for preliminary and engineering and preliminary plat. I can imagine this would turn into a PUD just because of probably restrictive zoning standards, but nonetheless, the engineering studies that need to happen are state-of-the-art for us as well as everybody else. So I know for a fact that most of the places we work, I think the stormwater, and I don't know if we have an engineer here, but those standards have gone up just based on recent data. So, what you see in community design and development is probably far beyond what you'll see in some of these older communities. Not only that, the dedication for open space that we just do as a practice.
Can I ask a question about your timeline, your proposed timeline, and how many houses you anticipate building per year?
So of course, and I think we have that on here, but a little bit, basically. So on the south side here of Ridge, that's south, right? Yep. That's about how many homes was that? It's only 38 down there, and then 124 on the north side. So the total is about 162. How long will that take? I could see this, going through the design process and the studies and everything, probably the course of this year. And is it possible to get an early start in construction in the fall? It's possible. Could be, in the spring. But either way, the ideal thing would be to be able to do some grading and start going on the underground, the other infrastructure, and try to have model homes open next year that's the other thing that we do, a lot of builders don't do. We usually have a dedicated welcome home center for our customers.
And I know we have our engineer online, and then also, it seems like you understand the process in Cottage Grove pretty well, but if Aaron, at the end of this, if you could just remind the public kind of next steps.
Thank you.
That's just preparation. I see Paula has her hand up, so I want to get to her question.
Thank you. I actually have a couple of questions. So first of all, you have a pretty good social media presence, and I've seen advertisements that maybe it's targeted at me, but for move-in ready homes for 55 and older kind of seniors. I'm getting close, not quite there, but I'm wondering if that's something that you would consider for this area, because we have been working, JP, Chris, and I, on housing needs for our community. And one of the things we've identified is the need for more senior housing, as people want to downsize and still age in place in their own community. So that would also allow some housing stock to open too for some first-time home buyers. So is that something that you would consider for this area at all?
Well, absolutely. It's funny you say that, because actually those home sites on the south of Ridge Road are exactly that home. Now, we don't restrict these because we don't want to restrict our home buyers, and just because you're over 55 doesn't mean you need to have all your neighbors over 55 as well. So like I said, ranch home construction's a little more expensive, and theoretically, a move down buyer this is the kind of lifestyle they want to lead. One floor living, and that's exactly what we had drawn up for that side of the road. So, no, we recognize that
Okay.
need.
Yeah, I mean, the ad, because I clicked on the ad and I looked at these 55 plus communities that you all do, and they have some very attractive features. So I guess I would advocate for more of that. But next question, if I buy a lot in your subdivision, am I able to use a local Cottage Grove builder?
We do intend to build all the home sites here, so we are not a developer for, selling home sites to other builders. But the natural course of events is local contractors and what we call them trade partners naturally should turn out to be local, not always, but that's just kind of it kind of makes sense for someone that lives within minutes as opposed to hours away. So we have a lot of local contractors, and we're actively trying to grow that team.
So are you the general contractor, or are you more of a paper contractor for your developments?
We general the homes. So we do our own land development. That doesn't mean we don't hire land developers that do most of the different trades, but we can certainly handle on the land development side. We can build it, and then on the homes too. So one other thing about our homes is we have kind of a standard where we do. I think we used to call it everything included, and it's like the things that people order a lot. Okay, quartz countertops. Instead of getting one or two because people upgrade it, that just became standard, and a lot of smart home features, 42-inch cabinets, double bowl in the main bedroom. What do you call it? The owner's suite. Glass enclosed shower, a lot of upgrades that people were taking. So when you look at our home models, you don't see, it's not a massive upgrade where you go in there and go, people come in and say, what's it like the model? It's not going to blow you away out of the water with the price because, and the other thing we do is we know our customers so well, we start homes on a regular basis. It's good for our trade partners because they can come out and say, we plan on doing 3 or 4 a month. We'll start 3 or 4 a month before they're sold. So we might have probably 15 or 20 homes for sale on site in this community. And you might come in and say, I'm looking at homes, what do you have? Certainly, I think you can go buy a home site that's available and order a home. You could do that. Or we could say, well, we got 2 here that are available in 30 days. It's a couple more, a few more, 60, 90, and so on, over the course of, say, the 5-month construction period. So we're there to figure out how to get people into homes. So, whether there's any concerns about affordability, it's very difficult to build homes. I mean, I think I mentioned kind of a rough idea with the pricing. Of course, we'd love to be under $450 or $500. It's not that easy. So it all depends on.
Casey had a question, and then Josh, can you maybe speak a little bit to the infrastructure needs after Casey's question?
I think you answered it with regards to the timeline. You're expecting to build 3 or 4 a month and about a 5-month construction time on average, or does it vary when you get buyers? You don't build until then?
No, it's a good. No, we actually are confident enough in our homes that we will start them, and so when we get our model ready, we're going to follow that up. After that starts, we're going to start building homes, even though technically they're not sold. We try not to open a model welcome home center until it's completed because That's just, we want to knock their socks off with presentations. So the official, start, but we will have homes available in very short order. And to your point, 95%, probably at least 95% of our homes are, a lot of builders call them spec, we call them quick move-ins. And same thing goes with our mortgage company. Our deals are so good. Most people buy it, take it.
Sure. No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to clarify about how quickly you expect the whole area to fill up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say typically we kind of think about 2, 3, 4, 5 a month per lineup. So this is technically up 2 lineups, really. So at the beginning, when we have all the products available, I could see the ranch homes going quicker, actually.
So this could be 5 a month, both 5 a month in the north, 5 a month in the south, so 10 a month. So this could be, all filled up in a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Oh, that's pretty fast. Probably 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
2 to 3 years.
2 or 3. And can it go faster? Yes, absolutely it could.
Sure. Again,
I think there's a real, lack of affordable single-family homes in the market, right? You see a lot of people, a lot of apartments and a lot of rental out there, and I think it's not a great sign for home ownership.
Right. Again, just balancing concerns with the existing neighborhood with traffic, no outlet, if it fills up faster, that becomes an issue sooner is all, but that clarifies it.
Yeah, so the traffic engineers, it's more of a science than people think, but they've built that into their models. And also they use, I think, state data and projections and population. They take all that into account.
Right. Can I have
More than I could tell you.
Josh or Kyla talk kind of just generically about infrastructure needs in this area and feel free to jump into if you have ideas.
You want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead and start, Josh.
No, it's okay. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, sorry. Yeah, this area has been planned for a little while, right? We've been talking about it for the last 2-3 years with some decent interest from developers. Probably most of the people on the board are aware that we did move ahead and have a design to about the 90% level for a regional lift station just south of where the south part of this development is, coming off Dentaria Lane, and creating a new cul-de-sac down there, and then feeding all of this development by gravity down to that system. And that's sized to also go above and beyond into the north, almost all the way up to across BB, and serve some of that area as well as you get close to Commerce Park. So it's a large reach. That's kind of the sanitary side. That's been planned for quite a long time as a plan for the eastern part of the village as it grew. Water would come down, Ridge Road here, get connected back up to BB and back down into the subdivision, as and if things continue to develop. Stormwater, I think the gentleman talked about stormwater, and yeah, it's state, county, and your local standards, ordinance-wise. Detention basins, infiltration basins, stormwater management will be a big deal. There'll be environmental corridors like wetlands and other things on the property that they'll have to avoid. Part of the reason you don't see more building to the south of where kind of like Ridge Road here is and these 38 lots is there is a fairly good sized wetland south of that. So it is hard to construct a piece of that to the south. And that's probably why the developer here is kind of keeping to the limits that they have. There's always been this talk about traffic, which is definitely something that will have to be studied. We know the school district is kind of already looking at that intersection over there, and we'll get traffic counts at Taylor, Main, and Weldbridge. This would then add to that, build off of that traffic, and that would have to be taken into consideration. We had a developer probably a year or so ago come and look at this piece, plus even more of the piece to the east, kind of where the cursor is, or at least, I'm sorry, my cursor, but where the other development is kind of east of here as well as part of this overall large development. And they started a traffic impact analysis, but they didn't finish it because they didn't go the full way. But ultimately, a connection to the north, I know, has always been in the talks. And I think we want to definitely plan for, one or two different, roads that will go north. It's the same as that goes kind of to the east to kind of plan for future development. So all that will kind of be taken into consideration as they actually lay this out and plat it and see what some of their constraints are.
All right, thanks, Josh.
Yeah, thank you. I think we did recognize a few of those wishes, and we did talk to those folks that you're talking about. And, you can tell by some of the lines we've drawn on there that we're completely aware of wetland issues and situations and those kind of things. So we're quite familiar with the infiltrations. We do extensive geotechnical work in addition to regular engineering work. So our team is, I think, one of the we're really we don't want to go part way and get stuck. So we get through this at the beginning.
Paula has her hand up, and then Renee, and then I'll throw it over to Aaron to kind of wrap up next steps.
Thank you.
Yeah. So go ahead, Paula.
Thank you. Sorry, I was going to try to get this in. I just wanted to share that I share some of the concerns that both Casey and Chris have. Although I think that the secondary access point really should be part of the proposal itself, because it's fundamental to the safety, traffic flow, quality of life, and we really want to set up the existing residents and future residents for success. So we want to make sure that they're safe, that we can get to them in a crisis, that traffic isn't negatively impacting their way of life. So I guess my preference would be that when you come back for approval, that is part of the plan. I know you said you built 1,600 miles of roads in your presentation, and I'd love to see something with that as well.
And Renee.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. And I would like to support what the concerns that the other board members or comments that they have raised, and to also add that morning traffic in that area is already of a concern. And I have another question: is who is going to pay? I would imagine that there's going to need to be a lift station, and so who's going to be responsible for that, along with the infrastructure that we're discussing?
Okay, that's an item that go ahead. I think someone has a better answer than me.
It was either Josh or maybe Aaron can just touch on next steps and where the developers agreement comes in and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I can get to that. Maybe Josh and Kyla can cover the lift station and the process for that.
Yeah, I don't know, Aaron, if you have control of the map or not, but like to the south of this development, Renee, is where the bigger regional lift station will go. So all of this will drain south. There you go, just to the end down there where Dartarian kind of ends. Yep, in that area. So everything will flow by gravity, and then from there it will get pumped over to the main lift station. Half of that force main is already under Progress Drive, all the way to Hydrate. So the next step is extending it through Hydrate, bringing it over to here, and then pumping everything from this side back to your main lift station that sends it over to MMSD. You had a good question about cost. And when we designed that, we worked with Cameron and staff to come up with a large area that it would serve. And everybody's gonna have to pay probably a portion of that cost, as it only serves this area. Cameron, if he's there, has been working some numbers on the impact and who pays what as that development happens.
So an impact fee would have greatly helped this.
Cameron, do you want to talk a little bit about the impact fees we approved last meeting? And
yep, so we currently have a couple things, kind of next steps and kind of what the current process is. So we adopted at the last board meeting to have any area that the Ridge Lift Station would be served would be charged impact fee. So that would be any of these parcels on here. It's based off of meter size. So that most of these look like they're single family residential. That'd be a 3/4 inch meter. So the big conversation next with the developer would be, okay, well, the village wasn't planning to do this project till 2030, 2031. what moves the needle to do the project earlier, and that would be the discussion between the developer and the village on maybe some of that, how much we might need ahead of the impact fee are credited to kick off that project sooner than when it was originally planned for that infrastructure. One of the things that we talked about was getting some updated pricing figures on the lift station. And so because we originally had that project planned for 2030, 2031, when or if we have a developer in this area that's interested in moving forward, that would be part of the fee reimbursement agreement, where we already have 90% fee. We'd have Strand update the numbers and then kind of bring that forward to the board and the utility commission at what the cost would be. But we are not going to update those figures until we have a signed reimbursement agreement with development or developer in that area, just because that's time and effort that would be costing the village money to do it before when we're required to do it.
Thank you. We look forward to exploring that with you.
All right. So next steps, Aaron, then we'll move on.
Yeah, so the plating process is a two-step process, preliminary plat and final plat. Before they submit for that, they're required to do a neighborhood meeting. That's developer organized and led. They can do it here if they want to, but just kind of explaining the project to the neighbors. The plat, as I said, a two-step process. As was mentioned, as currently designed, this whole neighborhood would have to be a planned unit development. The lots are smaller than what our typical zoning would allow. It'd be worth noting the 65-foot lots, if those were 70 feet wide, then they could qualify for our SR6 zoning, but as currently configured, this would be a planned unit development. That's also a two-step process. That also requires a neighborhood meeting. It can be the same neighborhood meeting. They don't need two separate ones. And those processes can happen concurrently. Preliminary plat with the general development plan, and then the final plat with the precise implementation plan.
Aaron, a question?
Yeah.
You said 2 neighborhood meetings?
No, I'm saying that the plat requires one, the planned unit development requires one, but they can be the same meeting that covers both things. So one meeting.
That's one that you recommend that we handle before we submit a preliminary plat application?
You have to do it before you submit a preliminary plat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions on this or feedback for you, so thank you for coming tonight. I did hear kind of staff direction to kind of start to investigate the road more to the north. So I know that that's not part of the property that you own for this, and that would be something the village would have to start to investigate to include a continuation of a road to the north.
Yeah, sorry, Cindy, yeah, just to echo that, I wasn't sure if that would be a staff direction. I wasn't sure if that would be a staff direction now or like emails in between prior to the next meeting, but yes, in particular, I know there's been a lot of different proposed solutions for a second outlet. I would love to see, a clear list of each of them, what they entail, what the pros and cons are, kind of thing. So that's what I'd like for that.
I think the challenge there is obviously the options are very limited and the control is not much.
Yeah.
So, the question is coming up with a reasonable solution to that problem, I guess, if so to speak.
Right.
So, I mean, mainly the other thing is, are the members, the trustees, open to the PUD scenario with some of the framework that we're talking about here, mainly. It's very important to have your support going into it. Of course, staff, we're all here to please. If we don't have their support, we don't have anything. But also, I think some of these features, some of the dedications that we made for the common areas and stuff, and that's how we're able to, with the home site sizes. I think the days of people all wanting to get riding lawnmowers and have big, I think first off, nobody can afford it. Secondly, it's not the lifestyle that most people want, There are plenty, of course.
So he's looking for kind of some feedback on PUD.
Yeah, and I can add, they are dedicating more park space than they would be required to provide by ordinance, so I think that does make an argument for offsetting the smaller lot sizes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Heidi. So again, I stated this during the Plan Commission meeting, but overall, the village has, as Paula mentioned earlier, we have a housing chapter committee that's looking to. You got to turn yours off. Thank you. Housing chapter committee that's looking to kind of update our ordinances and kind of do the long-term planning. One of the things that we really want to push for, and one of our priorities, is these smaller format, more affordable type housing. And as Aaron mentioned, our current zoning does not allow for that, especially the widths in there. And so since that is definitely a priority, that's definitely something that I would be open to a PUD to allow for that smaller format housing in there.
Yeah, I would just echo that. The smaller lot size, provides for more affordability. It provides another type of ownership opportunity for people that, we have some developments that have big lots, we have some developments that have small lots. It appeals to maybe different types of home buyers, but provide that ownership opportunity at, a more affordable price, because land is so expensive. And if we're developing a little bit more densely, we're consuming less, open space, farmland that's, on our borders too. So it has, multiple benefits to reduce those lot sizes. So that, I think that part, I'm in support of. I think the traffic piece and how, the traffic study and how we'll handle the traffic flow is probably going to be the biggest question as we move forward.
All right, Paula.
Yeah, so since the developer asked about a POD, he asked us about our support. I'll just, be honest that I'm not inclined to support a PUD for this proposal. They can offer flexibility, but really it can also shift some critical decisions to later stages of the development. In this case, I'd rather see a plan that kind of aligns with our existing zoning standards and addresses the traffic concerns. So
I think that's.
I don't think
valid feedback.
we're trying to avoid the studies and the requirements of a typical subdivision approval process. And there are design features that are built into the preliminary planning process. And actually, in a lot of ways, a PUD is fairly restrictive for us. So I just maybe remind you of that maybe talk with the planner about the merits of that. So I appreciate your perspective, and I know this is probably a common concern.
Oh, all right, I think that kind of wraps up the feedback for tonight for you.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming.
Thank you for
taking all of our
listening to us
questions
tonight. I appreciate it.
All right. We're going to move on to unfinished business. Discuss and consider the timeline for additional budget review committee meetings and provide staff direction on the scope of the items to be reviewed. This is follow-up from Village Finance Director Sawyer's agenda item from last time. Go ahead, Cameron.
Thank you. So included in your packet, really the intent of this memo was just to kind of describe some of the things that maybe have historically been happening behind the scene, to start giving the board some framework for what additional budget review committee items could look like throughout the budget process. So lay that out here in the memo. and just asking the board to provide some staff direction. The biggest thing is with May 27th being next week, it's likely not enough time to prepare a packet and provide the budget review members with the information to make those decisions. So also kind of as part of this discussion tonight, if there's an additional meeting that's scheduled, we'll want to look at the calendar and provide a recommendation.
All right, feedback on additional budget review agenda meetings. Go ahead, Heidi.
Thanks. So kind of what I was, the FMP meeting and then the budget meeting, budget review does, and then to the board. It's kind of all about where we're going. So I was thinking the pre-meeting might be helpful, like where we are. So to go over some of those things that happen behind the scenes, just so we have the presentation on it, we can review like what our, kind of like our current state before we jump into the next FMP spot. So I'm not really sure how to say that with more detail.
Yeah, I guess just, because I'll be involved in this process, I'm going to try to regurgitate what board members are saying just so I have a clear understanding. So what I'm hearing from you is possibly kind of look at the last set of financial statements at a high level, look at where we are year to date from a budget to actual, kind of address what those impacts may have on the budget is kind of a step, or?
Yeah, I think before we're looking ahead at the next year, where we are this year, where all of our projects and debt ended up in the last year. We have a number of financial statements that came out since then, and we get the presentation here, but I think just getting that all collectively in one packet as like an overview where we are before we see where we're going to go.
So three key metrics kind of when you're looking at historical documents like that and budget to date. So reserve balances would be something that I think should be talked about. What are the current levels? Is there some consideration to either spending down or saving up? Asset condition. I think a lot of the times that gets kind of skipped over. Where are the village assets in general from a depreciation perspective? Where is our kind of maintenance sitting overall on village assets? And then obviously debt is a big factor into what is the current debt load look like, and what are possible decisions.
Yeah, I think I had asked you in April for an additional meeting to discuss debt, and I do like the idea of kind of looking at like where we are to date. I guess my question is what's the objective then? What's the recommendation coming out of budget review to inform this board on what's going to happen at next steps? And is that information about the reserves and whether we make decisions about that? Is it setting some type of new policy? Is that what you envision kind of coming out of this? Or is it just kind of a information session, which we already kind of do here? I know we have the quarterly report on this month's agenda.
Right. I mean, I suppose some kind of policy recommendation could come up if the information indicates that, but maybe it's more of a transparency overview for community to have more of one specific place at one meeting that goes over kind of all of this background information, rather than scattered bits and pieces here and there, that it's kind of collective, all in one overview.
Certainly.
Paula, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So, my preference would be for us to meet a couple of times just because there's a lot of things to cover. And I think some of the topics that I personally would like to see, in addition to what Heidi mentioned with the debt and the financial management plan, I'd like us to review compensation and benefits for staff. My guess is we're going to see health insurance increases this fall. So let's do a little pre-work on that. As well as, I know you mentioned in the budget kind of what has typically been done. And when we talk about our major service providers are reviewed annually and present to the board as an opportunity to assess performance and confirm expectations. they do a good job telling us what they do for us, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we understand the financial impacts, and we don't talk about those things. And so I would like us to dig deeper into those types of things. You know, what are the rates we're paying? How much is this in our budget? All of those kind of things. I know County Executive Melissa Agard was kind of doing that with their 200 whatever service providers, and just really reviewing those contracts and the nuts and bolts. And so I think that's another area where we could really make an impact. So I'd like to see a series of meetings that we can dig a little deeper on those three topics in particular.
Paula, just a quick
I would
clarifying
second
question.
that.
Just a clarifying question, Paula. So for the annual service provider reviews, was the ask to have more of a financial aspect, like summary before the village board meeting, or having that information discussed at budget review?
Having that information discussed at budget review, but then also making it obviously available to the full board, so that when those providers come in and they're talking about, you know, what they do for us and how they perform for us, we have those dollar amounts in mind, right? We can tie the cost to the level of service we're receiving.
Renee, you have
Does
your
that
hand up?
help?
Yes,
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have
definitely
my
helps.
hand raised. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say that I agree with what you're proposing, Paula. I think that it would give board members, including newly elected board members, deeper understanding. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Cameron, the end of your memo mentioned this, and about staff requesting direction on the intended scope, priority topics, timeline, and how you need that to prepare meaningful data and an effective discussion. So I think I'd while I'm not on budget review, I'd reiterate that I would like to see when budget review comes back to the full board, very clear results, I guess I should say, on what things are just informational versus what if there's like specific actions being called for. I think sometimes there's a perception of like, oh, here's the taxes lever, here's the debt lever, and we can just set things wherever we want them. I think it would be helpful for the public for if there's a specific action being suggested, that we make sure it's clear that that's something that we can do as a village board, and and why, and what's allowed and isn't allowed. So just sort of echoing, as you said, Cameron, I'm not speaking to you, I suppose. I'm sort of speaking to everyone who's going to be on budget review to bring us back, clarity in specific actions, not just, oh, well, we looked at all these things and, here are the issues with it, but what are we going to do about it is what I'm saying. So less staff direction, more committee direction, but yeah.
So I guess if contracts is something that we want budget review committee to take a look at, I'm just kind of picturing myself at the meeting. We're starting to talk about provider X. What meaningful data would you want budget review committee to be looking at? When we do this internally, typically I reach out to 10, 15 communities. What are you seeing for hourly costs? What are you seeing annually cost? How are you funding X? So those are the kind of things, I guess, that's meaningful when I'm analyzing those contracts and those services. What is the board looking for as far as the deliverable? Like, let's just say if it's contract review, what should we be looking at?
I mean, I guess if I'd want all of that information along with the service provider there to kind of work through whatever we need to work through. And so I'm wondering if service providers is a better use of time to have that, how we have several each meeting, August through September. If we're gonna tack on the financials, because we'll also know then what their proposed budget is for next year, whether it aligns, if we need to make changes. I don't know.
So one of the recommendations that Matt and I have slowly been working on is trying to get the professional service provider reviews earlier and earlier each year. Because ideally, if a board member was not happy with a provider, I want there to be enough time to make a change. And so ideally, trying to push that up as early as, July and August. So then if for some reason, we need to go out for a proposal or evaluate the providers or rewrite a contract language, kind of similar with Colonial Club this past year, for expectations that we have enough time to do that.
I guess one thing that, it's hard to, we're going to have the service provider there, and then it seems like you should also have the service provider, like at the village board meeting, right, to do the review and overview with them. I mean, we can ask them to come to another budget review committee meeting to go over financials, but it's also difficult to determine comparing communities because some people have like an IT person on staff versus, we have Johnson Block, and what projects were specific for that year, like were there server migrations? I mean, those are things that we could have budget review go over, or what's proposed for the next year. I guess I'm just trying to find a way to narrow, how do we get the broad overview information that we need, but also without knowing every single detail. That seems like I don't know.
Because we're really not gonna have that information until budgets are due at the end of September.
Right, and then what big projects are next year? Maybe we're doing a big server thing next year, and that's why we're projecting the cost to be higher. I guess
I'm going to be very honest. In the levy environment that we're in, most of our professional service dollars stay relatively the same year over year. Where we do see increases and decreasing by year is what projects do we have going on. And those are projects that appear on the bills list as a 210 expenditures, which ultimately get paid for entirely by the developer. So you might see 1 year legal fees as $300,000, but the general fund portion of that is $80,000. And again, you might see another year where it's $120,000, but again, the general fund portion of it's $85,000. So it's really, really hard. And that's why part of the reason when I'm talking about May 27th being a little close in order to fully educate budget review and kind of keep them up to speed on kind of the dynamics of the budget. Just making sure we have a defined scope and we have enough time to get the materials out to budget review to review.
Casey, go ahead.
Yeah, I was sort of echoing on you, Heidi. I think so. I mean, in my mind, budget review needs to look at the cost for things. So you mentioned already, reaching out to other communities for comparison, and Heidi, as you said, that might not be exact depending on what projects and so on they're doing, but maybe if it makes sense for to compare the costs, the costs by activity or by project, and then budget review has that information, and then we can put that together with the the provider evaluations of did they do a good job at the task. So then we'll have the performance and cost comparison. We can put that together as a board. So I would expect that for budget review, they wouldn't be getting the performance data, just like the cost data and comparisons to other communities and other providers doing a similar service.
Sure, and not only with reaching out communities, getting the cost, it's also nice when I reach out to communities, if something's working well or something's very efficient, getting that information so we don't have to reinvent the wheel on everything. Mm-hmm. That's really important to us.
Go ahead, Paula.
Thank you. So I'm just going to give an example of what I mean by service provider contracts and where I think the budget review committee could be helpful. I'll use Erin as an example. Erin worked for Grafe, and so for a long period of time, they were our service provider for planning services. And at some point, the village board said, you know what? I think we're at the place where we need a full-time on staff planner for us. So it's those kind of things that we look at, with different service providers to say, is it more cost effective to have this person be a member of staff versus continuing to go with a certain agency or provider? So those are the kind of things that I'd like to just talk about and evaluate. I don't want to necessarily create a ton more work for Cameron and the team, but I think that's where the committee can dig into some of this information and help, just to make sure we're kind of, doing our due diligence as we go forward. So.
And
I can just add additional due diligence, certainly worthwhile and welcome, but certainly if there's a ability for the village to save money by hiring staff rather than a consultant, we would certainly recommend that, and that's what I did with Aaron, and we would continue to bring people in-house when it makes sense.
I guess how much of the work should be done in existing committees and like staffing needs, for example? I mean, that all comes up, through the budget process starting now for capital needs and then prioritization and then eventual operational budgets for all of our departments. And how does then a budget review committee meeting now, is there a way we can structure it to give them the information they need to make sure that it's being analyzed appropriately? I don't know that we can make decisions on staffing or consultant, but I don't know where that fits in. I don't think I'm making any sense.
So one of the hot topics right now is collaboration, and at a couple of recent conferences that I've gone to, there's this concept of sharing services with communities that are near you. So like I think of an opportunity, like let's just say, and I'm just going to say IT because it's been brought up, like is there a scenario where Monona and the town of Cottage Grove and the village of Cottage Grove could share resources to be able to be, effectively, attributing their time where it's needed? Because the problem with, and I'll just pick on IT for example, realistically, and I know we have some IT experts here, there's three different very distinct scopes of IT. You got cybersecurity, you got network administration, and you have front end user support. And so to find the one rare person that can do all of it is great, up until, okay, this person has 2 weeks of vacation, some sick time or whatever, and then there's kind of no backup plan. And so when I look at ways as we're kind of looking at service providers, that is an idea that intrigues me, working with other communities and maybe coming up with a way that we can maybe be more cost effective by sharing resources. It's difficult because every community has different service standards. So like getting a community that's in like size, that has like operations, that has like system, always becomes a challenge. So kind of what Paula is mentioning and correct me, Paula, as I'm going through this if I'm not speaking correctly, is that the task of budget review committee would be, okay, what are our current service provider operations, engineering, attorney, IT, assessing, waste management, and at least show to the public that the current model is more cost effective than hiring staff or whatever, to kind of that due diligence to show that, because I think too, if garbage trucks were cheap, certainly we only would have to run garbage trucks twice a week, but okay, each garbage truck is $500,000. So that's where it doesn't become efficient for us unless we had a partner. Is that kind of, am I summarizing that correctly, Paula?
Yeah. You are spot on, Cameron. That's exactly what I'm looking for, is that extra level of not just scrutiny, but transparency about, where things are at. That's exactly right.
So then, Paula, your other recommendation for service provider financials. So would that also, so that can, obviously the contract amount can be presented, you know, through that budget, that kind of pro forma essentially. But that would also come back during, you know, I would have like before a meeting, or I'd have a summary handout on this is what the provider is and this is the estimated budget impact, you know, just so the board can review it as they present.
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay. All right, I'm at least clear what's on the table so far.
Any other comments on this item? I guess I still think it's duplicative then. I don't know what, the information still has to come to the village board to make a final decision anyway. And the budget review committee as a recommending body would just see this first. And
So-
then we would invite them back and do this, we would repeat it in September.
So I think what you're saying, Cindy, is like we would maybe have additional pages in the financial management plan on services provided, kind of like the whys, because
Yeah,
that's something that
I
we're
like
already
the
doing.
idea. I think it's a great idea to have, you know, if this were in-house, like this is what it would cost. I think that's a great add to the budget documents. I'm not sure if I don't think I'm convinced we need to change our budget timeline and process with additional meetings to get that information, I guess. That's what I'm saying.
It's just the same as any other standing committee, really is what I see it. When Public Works discusses an issue in depth, right? And we work through that, we recommend to the board. It's basically the same sort of concept. It's taking pieces of the budget, going into detail, asking questions, and providing a recommendation. So it's just kind of digging a little bit deeper. That it's the same concept as any other committee work. Basically, it would just be a little bit, just a couple more meetings. I think, you know, I had suggested June, July, and September to just kind of take some of these issues and parse them out. And, you know, I mentioned compensation and benefits. I think we need to look at our compensation protocols and, you know, everything from merit increases and different things like that, and make sure that we are evaluating them, not just from a budgetary perspective, but from a fairness and equity perspective. So that's why I'm suggesting a few more meetings. I'd like to do that work.
Casey?
Sorry, I was just going to say, I mean, I wonder, Cameron, if you think that extra meetings are necessary for that, or if with the, what is it, 2 normally penciled in, that we could, that the budget review could cover, you know, evaluating in-house or shared resources or stuff, if that, it could be fit in there. I have one other thing after that, but I mean, you're the one, you know, who's going to be preparing a lot of this. Do you think that could be done in existing meetings, or how many, you know, how much does that add?
So I think kind of always, you know, what are we doing and what are the next steps? So I think if we were talking about what we were talking about at those meetings, it would be very hard to apply those action items. So kind of that's in the memo that's drafted, kind of having their work done by the end of August would be helpful to start to implement that for the things that are effective in January. Because once you start, obviously, as you know, most of you have been through a budget cycle already. It gets pretty quick in September because it has to go to all the committees, and then it goes to budget review, and then goes to the board, and then to public hearing. And so just making sure that we have enough feedback early on in the process to make meaningful change. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Again, yeah, I feel like, I mean, I'm not opposed to, you know, more meetings if that's necessary, as opposed to having, you know, 2 6-hour meetings or whatever it would turn into. So that part's sort of fine. But I wanted to also ask Paula, you've mentioned compensation a couple of times here. keeping in line again with trying to limit these things to very specific actions, cause and so on. What is specifically, what are you looking to look at there? Because I mean, again, there's only so many levers of action. There's only so many things that both like the board and the budget review committee could do. So what are you looking to do in that
Yeah,
regard?
so yep, thank you for that question. So I think what I'm looking at is not necessarily individual compensation or anything like that. I'm looking at our systems and processes, that we have, because I know that I haven't, since I've been on the board, we haven't had a conversation about our compensation protocols and the different things that we have. So it's really looking at the process, right? Does this make sense? Does the structure that we have, for either merit increases or equity increases, do it? Is that applicable? Is it working for us? Is there a better way to go through this process? We do have some unionized employees and some non-union, and then comparing and making sure that we are treating both equitably, I guess is where I'm looking to go with this.
Okay, that makes sense. I would then say that I feel like that sort of conversation is outside the scope of the budget review committee. That's gonna get into, labor laws, and personnel discussions and things like that. Potentially things need to be closed meeting and so on. So I feel like that's not something that should be added into budget review, but that's just my view on that.
I think that direction might be a
we did
formal wage study, which I think would have to be budgeted for. I think those can be kind of pricey, but it should be, I suppose it should be an unbiased study if we're going to make recommendations on our current policies. And a formal wage classification study might be the way to go at that point, and budget for that in for 2027 or future.
Yeah, I agreed. I mean, again, examining all these things, reviewing them is very good. I just think we need to make sure that's in an appropriate avenue. So I think that would be something done by the board as a whole, not by a subcommittee. And yes, potentially with a study, as you're mentioning, Cindy. But
Go ahead, Paula. And then Renee, I see you
Casey,
had your hand up.
We did used to have the budget and personnel was kind of grouped together, and we currently don't have any sort of personnel committee. And so I'm just kind of reverting back to what we used to do, which was put those two things together. So that I don't know any other mechanism. And obviously everything, the budget review is going to go to the board sets the policy, but I think we should have some of those procedures in play.
sure, I think the mechanism I'm thinking for that, other than obviously it coming to the full board, is we have Matt as administrator and Inga as HR, and they would be, if not the start of, very involved in that sort of process. And as you say, Cindy, full wage study, things like that.
Go ahead, Renee.
So I disagree with any type of wage study. I think that us collaborating together as board members or future board members, working towards more transparency. And Casey, you brought up a good point that, and Paula as well, is that maybe like salary and wages, it goes to, whatever committee is designated to. But I too, as a board member, feel like more information as we work together will definitely provide less public mistrust. Um, we can look at other comparable municipalities publicly. I mean, this information for government employees is available somewhere online. So we can discuss compensation philosophies and budget impacts, organizational pay structures. We can do these things within open session, but I don't think, or at least to my knowledge, since I've been on the board, that this has really been openly and robustly discussed. And I think, Paula, if I'm not hearing you or interpreting what you're saying correctly, please do correct me, is that that's part of what you're saying, in addition to, the budget review, taking a look at, Cameron, you gave the great example of having garbage trucks. Is it better to do it the way we do or have our own? So it's what I'm hearing from Paula and from Casey is that we need to have more discussions and come up with a more structured way to evaluate these concerns.
To clarify my position on is we should have these conversations. I don't think they should be at a subcommittee. I think they should be, with staff who deals with our workforce, with employment, again, HR, village administrator, labor law, and brought to the board. But
And I guess I'll just clarify, I'll jump and clarify my position is that we do all of these things through our current budget protocols. I know staff are given direction in board meetings, and we have kind of everything I feel like we have everything in place. I don't really, at this point, see a need for an additional meeting. Although I do like the idea from Heidi to kind of have a goal setting or a grounding meeting, and maybe go over current status for some of the policy that we've already set and whether that needs to come back to the board with additional recommendations. And I like the idea of the CertViz providers and having kind of additional transparency measures in the budget packet that show that this is the cost savings for using our consultants. And if there isn't, then the board evaluates that. And I don't know if you can maybe move that up a little bit, but I guess my perspective on this is that we do all of these things, and I think we do them fairly well with a little bit room for improvement, so I don't see the need for additional meetings.
Cindy, I have to say that I respectfully disagree with you that, to me, it appears that there are several village policies regarding raises and that we just don't have a real structured, firm, more data-driven process to this. And I think, for better public transparency and us representing the taxpayers, that would be helpful for board members to know. And Casey, to your point of, having Inga and Matt as in their roles, it's not appropriate for them to set their own salaries and wages. And maybe I misunderstood what you were trying to say, but that's part of the board's role, right? Is to look at, and I'm not singling out Matt or Inga. I'm saying all department heads and employees of the village be looked at. So I didn't mean to, and I hope I didn't misunderstand what you were saying, Casey.
yeah, I wasn't saying Matt and Inga set their own salaries, but for everyone other than department heads and for the policy as a whole, for a compensation policy, that's an HR issue, that's an administration issue. So not saying that they would set it, but they would be the start of that process and those recommendations and review, which would then be brought again to the full board rather than again establishing either putting it to budget review or establishing some other additional committee for it. As you said, Cindy, I agree that we have these mechanisms, we have times for this sort of thing, we should use them. But that's enough on that, I think.
Thank you for clarifying that, Casey. But yes, I think that is definitely part of a trustee's role, is to be well aware of these processes and the data that's included in compensation, merit pay, bonuses for department heads, for the village administrator, for employees, and having more open conversations about all of this, whether it be subcommittees. I'm definitely for that.
Heidi.
Thanks. I just want to add on, in my time on the board, we have at the board level discussed various compensation and reorganization when staff have departed and adding responsibilities to other staff, which resulted in a savings after some staff have departed. We've discussed retention. I mean, within the budget process, committees talk about, their seasonal staff. We have talked about some seasonal positions, such as camp counselor in the past, at Parks Committee, when we've been unable to hire at, the prior pay, on how we need to adjust pay to make sure we're competitive in the region. So, maybe we haven't had those discussions in the last year because it hasn't necessarily come up in the last year. But in my experience on the board, those discussions have happened in the past in certain cases. So, it just may not have happened in the last year. So I'm not sure if any of those questions come up during budget in committees, or just more questions need to be asked at committees, or the representatives here that are on each committee can talk about those kind of wages, within the budget process.
I guess staff bring those things forward to the board for recommendations when they're appropriate, when we need those outside of our budgeted authority. So the board approves everything. We put together compensation protocols that we share with the board, that at any time that the board would want to review those, we could do so. But those are aligned with and built from the village's mission, vision, values, primarily core values on retaining good staff and rewarding excellence. And then the board approves most years a merit pool of funds, and as personnel director, I'm responsible to make sure all full-time employees are evaluated. So staff put together evaluation guidelines for how those take place. And excuse me, and that process kicks off with the board's review of me, and you all know that you receive plenty of data, tons of data on comparable communities for me. So then that's looked at, and ultimately the board approves most years a merit pool that then we utilize in the way that's disclosed in the compensation protocols, which again are all shared with you and can be reviewed anytime that you would like. Up until now, no one's asked to have those discussed, but they certainly can be.
I think the biggest question I get is the difference between full-time and part-time. Full-time staff go through that robust process. Part-time staff, as you've seen in previous budget, we really ask department heads to be the ones that if there's a problem with compensation, retention, hiring, that they're bringing that forward as a recommendation through their committee. So we did that with crossing guards recently, election workers most recently, and then Parks and Rec was mentioned in their rec programs and things, but typically those don't go through, and there's maybe updates coming down the pipeline, but haven't gone through the full review process that we have through NeoGov. Right now, that's only a process that is going through full-time employees. And then from a compensation perspective, we try to be very clear on compensation. So from what is going to be in the budget is an unbiased number, and that's coming from Wisconsin CPIU. That's not a number that any staff make up. We grab that from the CPI table, drop it in as a starting point for board conversation. So another thing that's been helpful is, throughout the year, it's kind of very transparent to employees that work for the village that this is about where CPI could end up when it comes time to the budget and kind of anticipating for planning in the next year. So we've had some feedback from employees that they like having at least a general baseline of what is going to at least be considered in the cost of living adjustment.
Yeah, so I think we've covered this in great detail. So I'd like to make a motion. I apologize, this is my first motion, so I want to get it right. But I'll move that I'll move that staff proceed with the direction given for the Budget Review Committee to consider provider contracts in comparison with other communities and other providers, and add meeting to the timeline if necessary. I apologize if that's really unclear.
Yeah, can you please clarify that a bit further, Casey? I'm not I fully understood that.
Cindy, you help me out a little bit here.
Sure.
So I'd like to move that we go ahead with the direction we've given to staff for this budget review committee, that they look into the issues with contracts and such that we've told them directly.
And no additional meeting? So the discuss and consider is an additional budget review committee meetings and provide staff direction on scope of items to be reviewed.
Yes, so I move that we approve the one additional meeting as sorry, is it actually proposed in there currently, or I didn't see a timeline in the specific memo with the meetings?
No worries. So the draft budget timeline that was approved had May 27th. My recommendation is if we move forward with the meeting that gets changed to a future date.
Do you have a future date in mind?
I would probably reach out to budget review to see what availability is, but I would target sometime in June.
Okay, then I move that we approve a timeline for a additional budget review meeting in June as the budget review committee is available.
Can you then clarify the scope of the items to be reviewed by the budget review committee at that meeting?
With the scope for that additional meeting to be, as we've directed staff, reviewing provider costs and collaboration.
I could try to summarize. I'm going to only summarize the things that have consensus that I believe, or general consensus. So the first one being is kind of a fiscal year recap, along with kind of a year-to-date update on budget progress. Professional service provider with comparison to internal/in-house alternatives. And then the one that I don't think has consensus is the staff salaries and compensation. So I guess needing some general consensus on that. But the two big items were the recap of the prior year and then the service providers.
So yes, my motion will be that the scope is the fiscal year recap and the professional service provider evaluations.
Is there a second?
I'd second.
All right, and then Lisa, can you please read that so we have clarification for all voting members?
I will try to summarize because it went back and forth, but it was motioned by Erlinson to direct staff to proceed with the fiscal year recap and the professional reviews and comparisons with an additional meeting in June to follow that scope, seconded by Murphy.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Other discussion, Chris.
I am sorry.
I just
for my
want to reassure
confusion.
Casey that it gets easier.
Thanks.
I
Paula,
just-
you have your
my
hand up.
confusion-
Sorry, Paula, you have your
Let
hand up.
Renee finish. I can wait.
Sorry for my confusion. I just want to clarify that we are going to be adding in, looking at the salaries and compensation with an additional meeting.
That was not my intention with this motion, and as Lisa clarified, that's outside of
Yeah,
this
Lisa,
motion.
can you read it again for us, please?
Motion by Erlinson to direct staff to proceed with the fiscal year recap and professional reviews and comparisons at an additional meeting in June for the Budget Review Committee.
Paula, go ahead.
So just a two things. A point of clarification. I think the June meeting was actually supposed to be what was originally attended as May 27th. So this really isn't adding an additional meeting. So there's that. And then I do think that, and obviously, I mean, we can have it be its own agenda item, but I do think that the Budget Review Committee is the appropriate place to talk about compensation and protocols for staff. So I'd like to see that in there. And yeah, I will vote no otherwise.
I'm in
Rick.
alignment or agreement with Paula. If we are not adding in salaries and compensations, my vote will be no.
Rick, go ahead.
So just a quick point of clarification on like the actual meetings. So the board can direct them to hold a meeting in June. The ordinances do allow them to schedule more meetings as needed. So I don't think we can say like you're only going to meet once or like on a certain meeting date. So if the Budget Review Committee does decide they need additional meeting dates, they theoretically could do that by motion of the chair and 2 other members.
All right, there's a motion and a second. We can do a roll call vote on this.
Benzo,
No, there's not enough transparency.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Cal Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy, Severson,
No.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio,
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We're going to move on then to discuss and consider ordinance 10-2026, bicycle, e-bike, and e-scooter. This originated, I think, as maybe in Plan Commission, moved over to LEC, came up to the village board, went back over to legal for revisions, and now is back for consideration tonight. So I'll let Rick kind of take it over.
Right. So Chief and I have been working on this ordinance since it was last year. I don't remember when that was, but basically tried to follow the intent of what was sort of originally presented to the board. What makes this type of ordinance slightly more complicated is I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on preemption with state law versus local law, but basically if the state has like highly regulated an area of the law, there's sort of this analysis that goes into like what's preempted at the local level that we can and can't regulate. So actually, e-scooters and e-bikes is one of these items that is heavily regulated in statutes. So the ordinance in front of you, for the most part, mirrors a lot of things that are in state law. Some things that aren't necessarily touched on by state law, we're regulating on our own as far as like pedestrian paths and things like that. And but generally, it's going to follow the same rules that are in state statute. The one item I do want to call out is the helmet requirement. So that is not found anywhere in state statute. There are communities that require helmets, but it's one of those things that is not crystal clear about whether it's preempted or not. So if somebody gets a citation for not wearing a helmet, somebody could theoretically make that argument that this is preempted by state law. So I just don't want you to get the sense that everything in here is there's no like beyond a reasonable doubt that it's like all, I don't want to say enforceable, but somebody could make arguments, which in that case, the result is the ticket gets dismissed. So a couple of other things, like we did keep the parental liability in there that mirrors state statute again. Some of the items as far as like reckless driving or riding of these e-bikes and e-scooters, we kind of stole from like the reckless driving statute, I guess. So it's a little bit trying to get a little creative. So, but otherwise, for the most part, we've tried to mirror this for what state statute allows.
Comments or questions on the ordinance? Casey?
I think, Chris, you're about to say it as well, but I would just like to suggest an amendment to the towing section. I wrote something, but I'm not a lawyer, but something along the lines that trailers specifically designed for bicycles, such as child seats, camper trailers, or the little child camper trailers, bicycle cargo trailers, et cetera, are permitted to be towed by bicycles and electric bicycles, but not by electric scooters. As you mentioned, I think at Plan Commission or something, Chris, I think people with bikes and e-bikes should be allowed to tow their kids behind them in those little tent things.
I think, if I may, it says trailer designed for a motor vehicle, so I think a trailer designed for a bike is okay. I think that was the intent, that a trailer for like a kid trailer or something like
I
that.
saw that, but it's only that one parenthetical about trailer, and then there's a number of other things like sled, coaster, and stuff that don't have that parenthetical. So I don't know if clarification would be helpful, Rick. You can.
Yeah. So maybe I can add something like. Either somewhere in the middle of that sentence or at the end, just like a comma, except for like trailers that are designed to be towed by an electric bike or an electric scooter, something along those lines. So we could add something like that. We would just need an amendment or a motion to amend the ordinance or approving it with that amendment.
Other comments or questions? Renee, you have your hand up.
I do, thank you. So I just wanted to say that from when we first had these conversations about the e-bikes, that the e-bike ordinance is much more detailed and risk managed. So the proposed ordinance obviously is not considering banning e-bikes or scooters because of safety concerns. Rather, I see that this ordinance is looking at operating rules, age limits, roadway restrictions, helmet requirements, speed limitations, pedestrian protection, parking enforcement, and traffic law applicability. So I certainly support this thoughtful safety regulation and understand that the board, we have responsibility to evaluate potential risks associated with this new transportation use that's proposed within the village. I do believe that it's reasonable to ask why the village is willing to address safety concerns related to electrical e-bikes and scooters through operational safeguards, including restrictions, enforcement mechanisms, while similar mitigation strategies were not meaningfully explored regarding the use of ATV access, proposals brought forward in coordination with the township. So, in my view, both situations, the core policy question is not whether or not risks exist, but whether or not reasonable regulation can appropriately manage the risk while balancing mobility, tourism. The township mentioned that they would like to use our businesses, which would increase tax base and revenue. So as elected official, I feel like we should definitely strive to apply policy standards consistently and evaluate all proposals using this objective criteria rather than differing levels of institutional receptiveness depending on the subject matter, referring to the UTVs. I feel like the village appears willing to regulate and manage risk for e-bikes and scooters through operational safeguards, but was unwilling to seriously explore whether or not comparable safeguards could mitigate concerns regarding limited UTV access.
I have a question for Chief Gary.
Yeah, go ahead, Heidi.
About enforcement, and I see a lot of kids that are like middle school age in my neighborhood driving around like they have a motorcycle. And I think that this provides that guidance on where they should be operating. Are you expecting to start some educational, like now that you have an ordinance, to fall back on some educational pieces for some of those kids you see out there? Or that it's also, I think that at least in 6th grade, they have a biking unit that started that the SRO can do some outreach to preemptively. I guess I'm just wondering how you envision this being enforced out in the community.
So yes, once this ordinance is passed, Officer Lee is already aware to bring it forward at the school level to help with the education component for the majority of the riders of said vehicles. And we will continue that in the next school year also. In addition to our officers are out trying to educate as they encounter the individuals if they're doing anything that's inaccurate or unsafe.
Yeah, I saw some kids talking with an officer, I'm sure talking about an unsafe situation. I think it was over last weekend or maybe the one before. So I really appreciate that, and I think that that's an important part. I don't even know that citations are going to, just talking with an officer about what's acceptable, I would hope would be a good start for a lot of the kids.
Yes, we definitely, especially because this target range is the adolescents, unlike adults. So it's educating the adolescents and also educating their parents.
And I think that, I know that you and your staff looked at a lot of different ordinances, and they came up looked at it through LEC, and really important to, right now there are no restrictions in Cottage Grove, and so to put some rules and reminders to everyone out there, it not only for their safety, but for the pedestrians that are walking and they're coming up behind them, and for the cars and just overall community safety, it's really important to have kind of these standards. So really appreciate the work that you've all done. Casey.
I would like to move approval of the ordinance 10/2026 regarding bicycles, e-bikes, and e-scooters with the amendment suggested to section 2714G on towing to allow for towing designed for bicycles. If that's clear enough for you, Rick.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Erland Sutton, second by Stoa. Any other discussion on this?
I do. I
Renee?
have a question. I don't know that it was fully addressed. Is that if the 45-mile-an-hour mini bikes are ridden by 12-year-olds, will they be taken off the road?
Is that a question for legal or for Chief Gary?
Whoever can answer, so it's on the record and will be formally addressed, because obviously there's a great deal of hypocrisy going on with the UTVs, restricting them at 25 miles an hour with a great deal of safety precautions. So I'd like an explanation and clarification, please.
So the definition of electric bicycle, like basically by state law, they're designed to go up to 28 miles per hour. So they're really limited to where they can go. And I believe we regulate they can't go on certain streets if the speed limit is above a certain threshold. So if they are faster than 28 miles per hour, it would no longer qualify as an electric bicycle. I'm guessing that would be in the motorcycle territory, but that would be my understanding.
So can you please address my question of what will happen then? I mean, are their bikes going to be taken away? Will they be taken off the road?
Chief Gary, can you talk a little bit about enforcement?
Enforcement action for off-highway motorcycles will remain the same as they've always been. They won't be permitted. Yes, they will be issued a citation. Will they be confiscated? No, they'll be allowed to remove their bike legally by having somebody pick it up or make arrangements.
There is a motion.
Thank
and
you
a
for
second.
clarifying.
JP, additional discussion.
Yeah, quick question on operation on roadways, part 4. It says on one-way roads, the user may ride as near as practicable within 5 feet of the left-hand curb or edge of the roadway. Yet on 3, right above it, where a two-way public highway shall ride as near as practicable. So shall ride as near as practicable to the right side. Is there a reason why we went with may for one way?
I do believe because it's statutorily allowed on a one-way you can ride either right side or left curb. versus on a two-way, you have to be on the right side curb.
Yeah, I believe that these are basically following what's in state statute as far as like, you know, the one way is more of like a riding suggestion, I guess, but yeah, these are basically following what's in state code.
Thanks for clarifying that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Benzo,
No, due to the hypocrisy surrounding the UTVs.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Kel Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Severson,
Aye.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio,
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Let's move on to new business. We have discuss and consider resolution 2026-10, transportation. So this was a coordinated effort with our partners at the League of Municipalities. And you can see that attachment in the agenda.
So the intent is then to send it to our representatives to communicate our
Yes.
needs. Okay. I would make a motion then to approve resolution 2026-10 regarding transportation.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Murphy, second by Erlinson. Any other discussion on this resolution? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Review the missions, the village's mission, vision, values, and considering affirming or amending. I'll turn this one over to Inga, and the current MMV is attached in the agenda for tonight.
Yes, it is. So every year around this time, the village board takes the time to review the mission, vision, and values that they've established. Village staff had an opportunity to provide comments on the mission, vision, and values through a survey, and about a quarter of staff responded to it. Overall, the theme to me was positive. There were some suggestions for wording changes. For the mission, there was some comments about the wording distinctive community charm, and suggestions on maybe looking at that wording a little bit. For the vision, there were some comments about selecting a different word other than dynamic. One person suggested thriving, vibrant, or connected. And then feedback on the values was overall positive. One comment just suggested that having listen more, that's listed under integrity, be changed to active listening. So those are the summary of the comments from staff.
Comments or questions from board members? I'll say I agree there could be a little language changes, not quite as many as 2 years ago, but I would suggest removing distinctive and charm and just enhancing our community period with the mission. I love the word connected in the vision instead of dynamic. And I do agree that active listening is an appropriate change in the values, but otherwise I think my opinions are that they're really great. And I know that staff take them very seriously and they really use them to ground the work that they do, and I appreciate that. Paula.
Yeah, I would agree. I just want to call out two things that I believe are important. One is honor diversity. That is under respect. I think we need to make sure that diversity is not just racial or gender diversity, but also includes political diversity, diversity of thought. So I just want to call that out. And then I also want to call out under innovation, where it talks about asking the tough questions and making tough decisions and having the difficult conversation. This is something that I've done throughout the last year, is ask a lot of questions. And I've been criticized for asking those questions. And I think if we are going to keep this in our mission, vision, and values, that we need to all, as a board, make sure that that is being, I guess, honored equally among us all. That, if Heidi's asking questions and maybe I don't see the need, but to give her the space and the grace to do that. That's what we're called to do as elected officials. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that, because I've not really experienced that throughout the last year.
So is your, under respect, so honor diversity of all types?
That would be a good addition, yes.
Okay.
Thank
Ingrid,
you.
if you have that. And then, is there language you want to add to, under that, under celebration, or under innovation, I mean?
No, I don't believe that there needs to be a wording change. I
Okay.
guess I'm, more from a, just calling it out and making sure that that's the value that we're living by is really, I think the wording's fine.
Other comments?
So just quick reviewing, I have dynamic change to connected, just as a track change. We can go back and change that as well. Cindy, that's what I heard from you. And then under respect, honor diversity of all types. Any other changes at this point that the board is considering that I can add in?
I like the active listening.
Oh, yep.
And then I had some minor tweaks to the mission, to remove distinctive and charm and just enhancing our community, period. I have other changes, but we don't have to go there. Heidi.
I think it's important to revisit and recommit to these things every year. So I'm glad that we have the opportunity to review these together. And so then, it starts at the top, us at Village Board and through our entire staff, which I think, so it's important for us here to reaffirm these commitments. So I'm glad that we bring this forward. Thank you.
Any other edits? Make a motion.
Your turn, JP. Go ahead.
Okay. I move to approve the mission, vision, and values with the updates that have been stated by Inga and so far.
Okay. Motion by JP.
I'll second.
Second by Erlinson. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. All right, we have discuss and consider creating and adopting a village board member handbook. So there's a memo by me and Heidi, and then there's our elected official orientation handbook that has already been used and our newest members received during their orientation. And then there's a River Falls and a Bellevue handbooks that just are a little bit more robust, and we thought we could pull from that, and I think really are, if there's interest from the majority of the board to move forward with this, is to give staff direction to create a draft of a handbook, probably come back for another meeting so that we can provide edits and guidance, and then at a future meeting, consider a final draft. Yeah, go ahead.
As a new board member, I think this is an excellent idea. Staff have been, very helpful and very flexible in, doing orientations in meetings and things like that. But also having, in addition to that, having this comprehensive document would be really great. Learning styles vary. Not everybody, future board members and so on will absorb everything from in person. And so I think, formalizing this, because they're not rules or regulations, they're guidelines. They're to help, us as trustees do our job. And I think that's a great idea. So yes.
Renee, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I went through both of the handbooks and the current village handbook. So I have some notes and comments that I'd like to share is that per the direction that has been proposed to staff, I feel like there's an important sentence. Please consider directing staff to update the elected official orientation handbook. So this, to me, means that administration and staff would draft the government handbook, which governs the elected officials. So to me, this bears a very significant structural issue because the handbook defines trustee behavior, governance expectations, board staff boundaries, communication norms, and institutional culture. Yet the people drafting it is the administrator, department heads, administrative staff, or individuals affected by the board oversight. So to me, this creates an inherent institutional interest concern. And the reference handbooks are not neutral examples. The memo the proposed memo presents that the Bellevue and River Falls handbook are ordinary examples. So I'll go into further detail in just a moment, but both of them heavily reinforce administrative authority, policy versus operation, separation, institutional cohesion, indifference, and deference to professional staff structures. So the memo does not acknowledge alternative governance philosophies, trustee oversight protections, or models emphasizing aggressive transparency and accountability. So the examples selected already shape the direction of the proposed governance framework. This is not checks and balances. This, to me, appears to be censorship and control. The timeline to me is quite concerning as well. This is one of the biggest process flaws in government. The proposed process schedule is May 19th through the 28th for a draft, June 1st review, June 18th final approval. This is an incredibly fast recommendation for government framework development, along with elected official standards, procedural expectations, and board conduct policies, especially given that there are political tensions, governance implications, and the potential for long-term impact. A handbook shaping elected governance should ideally involve substantial trustee input, public transparency, legal review, governance best practice, discussion, and careful deliberation. So this timeline appears to be optimized for efficiency, not deep governance discussion. And the shared expectations can also become a majority control expectation. The memo says that the handbook would, quote, set shared expectations for how we work together and govern together, unquote. This sounds collaborative, but in politically divided boards, shared expectations can evolve into majority defined behavioral norms, conformity pressure, or informal discipline mechanisms against dissenters, especially when paired with civility language, support official board actions, and respect, quote unquote, administration provisions. Transparency that's mentioned, but oversight is not mentioned. So notice that the memo repeatedly references transparency, procedures, role expectations, but it does not mention trustee independence, nor does it mention fiduciary scrutiny, minority viewpoints, investigative authority, taxpayer oversight, or challenging administrative recommendations. This omission to me is quite revealing. The government's philosophy appears to be primarily order oriented, structure oriented, and administrative oriented, not oversight oriented. The memo, to me, quietly expands institutional and governance authority. The current handbook is described as quote unquote a helpful reference and introduction. The proposal would transform it into a broader, more comprehensive handbook reviewed annually. This is a major escalation. This moves from informational onboarding to an evolving governance framework, potentially shaping
I'm
board
sorry, but
conduct
Renee,
and
point of
authority.
Hold on, can you
clarification.
just let her finish?
Yes,
Sorry,
do
go
not
on. Go ahead.
interrupt me.
Sorry.
Yes, that's a very different institutional function. Annual review can become a political tool. This line is important because, quote unquote, revise the handbook with village mission, values, vision each year. The annual revision sounds harmless, but it creates an ongoing mechanism for governance rule evolution, continual refinement of behavioral expectations, and opportunities for future additions. In contentional political environments, government documents can gradually accumulate, becoming more restrictive norms, more behavioral expectations, and more pressure for institutional conformity. Number 8, the memo positions governance tension as a procedural problem. So the underlying implication is governance conflict exists because expectations are unclear. But sometimes conflict exists because legitimate oversight, disagreements exist, policy differences exist, or trustees are challenging institutional power. A handbook cannot solve political disagreements, just as you mentioned, Casey. It's a guideline or a framework. And government documents become problematic when they subtly redefine vigorous oversight as problematic behavior. And an important structural concern that I have is that the memo is co-authored by the village president and another trustee, which is any of us can practice this. But the proposal really states placing staff in charge of drafting. So this really creates a coalition structure of executive leadership, aligned trustees, and administration. Meanwhile, dissenting trustees may become reactive participants rather than equal architects of the government. This, to me, is a dynamic that is politically important. So I am done.
Paula, you have your hand up.
Did you want to take Casey's point of information inquiry first?
Sure. Sorry.
Or
Go ahead, Casey.
I mean, as there can still be discussion after it, I move approval of, or I move approval of the direction to staff per this memo to update the elected official orientation handbook with the timeline as presented, where the village board can review the drafts and make changes.
There's a motion by Erlinson.
I'll second so we can have discussion.
All right, continuing discussion. Go ahead, Paula.
yeah, I guess I thought you had a point of information inquiry. Otherwise, I would have gone first, but that's fine. So I think my challenge, I'll lower my hand here. My challenge with this is, in essence, the memo is tasking staff who are accountable to us to write our code of conduct in our handbook. And I think, I look at that from an employer-employee perspective, and it's counterintuitive. In my workplace, I wouldn't have our executive team wouldn't ask me to write their code of conduct, right? Because I'm subordinate to them. So I think there's a big mismatch with doing that. However, I do think there's a lot of value in the people who have hired us, which is the voters, the residents, to provide input to us as to what any sort of code of conduct might look like. And we've already had one resident email us information and some feedback. So I guess what I would like to see is that we as a board write these and solicit the input of the residents we serve. And do it workshop style, like we did last year when we were trying to come to consensus on the police station, where we did it workshop style, where each of the trustees kind of brought their thoughts and their information and their questions, and we were each allowed to present. This is a lot more collaborative. And then also, again, allowing citizens to have feedback, because really part of this code of conduct, and for instance, the things that the citizen emailed us really are going to shape how we interact with our residents. And so my preference would be for us as a board to tackle this and to define those roles and responsibilities. I agree that a handbook really could help new trustees. It also can help clarify those roles, but I think it needs to be done by us and the people who elected us.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Thanks. I think there are parts that, of course, the code of conduct and such that the board can be more heavily involved in, but a lot of these sections fall back on state statutes, ethics, which is, also defined in state statutes. And so it's open meetings. There's a lot in a handbook that not just new trustees, but, trustees that have been around for a while, how, that they would want to fall back on. So I think there's a good bulk of this that, staff and legal, can weigh in on, and our staff being experts in that kind of how, like, what laws we have to operate under and what our existing ordinances are for various committees and how to get things on an agenda, all these things that are already defined in our ordinances that can be placed kind of together in the one document where, maybe certain sections will have more oversight on creating. And, kind of stemming off the presentation from last meeting, which is kind of where this started, that we have this shared governance and understanding. So we're all
Heidi,
operating under the same.
That's already in our village handbook. That's, all of what you just mentioned is already
Right,
in
but
there. So why do we need?
So I think we're just looking to
wheel?
create a little bit more robust of a handbook compared to what we have. We noticed that other communities had some additional guidelines that we thought were a good thing for this board to consider. And I think the idea was that we can give staff direction, which is the part of the job of this board, and then it comes back at the next meeting so that there can be public comment and we can give additional feedback to staff, or we can make our own edits, or we can bring additional ideas forward, and then it gets incorporated into another draft, and then that's what we would approve. So it's not just approving something at the next meeting that staff writes. It's a collaborative effort, but it falls within the guidelines and it's a little bit efficient too. JP.
As someone who just went through the orientation process, and comparing what's in the handbook to all the other presentations we've had and other documents that's sent to us, it would be very helpful to have it all in one centralized document, one centralized place that can be referenced instead of me having done kind of dig through. Casey, we've had like 8 different documents sent to us that build upon some of the basic elements that are here in this handbook. And so I really do appreciate the idea of taking it a little bit further, to go in depth, to have given staff the direction to do the orientation that they already do, but put it more in one document that we can reference not only during orientation, but throughout our terms here.
There is a motion and a second. Any other discussion on this? Otherwise, we'll do a roll call vote.
Benzo?
No, because I definitely, while I support ethics and professionalism and civility, any governance framework really must equally protect independent oversight role of elected trustees. And this includes the ability to question administration and scrutinize and not have administration and department heads create a handbook. So no.
Erlinson?
Aye.
Kel Nelson?
Aye.
Murphy?
Aye.
Severson?
No.
Stoa?
Aye.
Villavicencio?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We are going to move on to discuss and consider 2027-2036 capital prioritization guidelines. And those guidelines are outlined in the PDF, and they can rock, paper, scissors, Matt versus Cameron.
Yeah, I can take a initial swing at this. So I guess I just want to put this out as this is an agenda item for tonight to allow kind of some discussion. If this ends up getting pushed to the next meeting to allow some additional feedback, it doesn't affect our budget timeline at all. So just every year, just wanting to remind everybody, this is what our current structure is in place that kind of identifies monies that we set aside in the budget specifically for vehicles and equipment, for road maintenance, and a third bucket, which is our quote unquote major projects. So through the prioritization process, which the board will take a look at ranking in July, what will happen is, or sorry, not July, end of June, you will be asked to look at the major bucket for projects and grade them based off of available resources. So typically what this looks like in my experience, working with the boards, is originally we come together with a financial management plan where the tax, even following these parameters, high-level guidelines, a tax impact that is higher than what has traditionally been acceptable or politically acceptable for a levy. And so what this then happens as the process goes is we continue to refine and take projects out until we kind of get to that final budget document. So it's not uncommon through this process to have a couple initially, we may have 30 to 40 projects, but by the time we get to the end, over that 10-year period, we might only end up having 8 to 10. And so what is going to look like different from prior years is we've now finished the process on the police station. So we need to understand, and that has been accounted for in these debt figures in here, but we need to understand that we had a major project, and now we're going to have several years where there's not going to be as many large projects included in the plan in order to make sure that our debt capacity stays within a reasonable tax impact. I've gotten some feedback on here before this meeting. There was some desire to increase the amount of dollars available for road maintenance, and certainly is something definitely we can explore here. So what we kind of, as we went through the process last year, had established, instead of doing road maintenance annually, kind of combining the 2 years of the estimated $1 million to do $2 million large chunk projects to get a better value on each project. So if we do bigger chunk projects, again, we continue to get more efficiency there. So what we're asking for the board to eventually consider is obviously approving capital prioritization process plan, and just understanding that the prioritization plan will come back following or closely aligning what these plans are. So this really sets up really what is the board's expectation is of us for a plan that we bring back based off of prioritized projects. So that being said, I want the board to have plenty of time to review this document, to provide feedback. So if the board's not comfortable with formally approving this document today, like I said before, approving this at the next meeting would not cause any issues or defer anything in our budget timeline.
I think I've gone back and forth on whether I like the prioritization, the categories or not, but going through it the last couple of years, I think there's a lot of value in it. I think we're a unique community in that we do it every year. We take it really seriously, and it definitely helps create the financial management plan. So while I would probably make a lot of changes, I think it does actually work really well. Did you want feedback on the $2 million earmarked tonight?
The board can decide what they're willing to or wanting to move forward tonight. I would say wanted obviously approved at some point, either today or next meeting, but definitely factoring in that this is not tied to a tax impact yet. And so this is just that baseline. So we're not saying, oh, we must take out $4 million next year. No, it's just to get over a 10-year course. How do we layer projects in to make sure that we're not having unintended consequences of having our bond rating suffer because we're overloading projects.
And I think Kyla and her team have done a good job of categorizing our roads and sidewalks and knowing what needs to be done in what year. And if her team feels that the $2 million, I think the change we made of combining the years and doing more bang for your buck is working out to our advantage too. So I like the system that we have.
And one of those things where we have a benefit too is obviously when we do a construction progress, we have to do mailings. So doing a bigger project in 1 year instead of doing smaller projects in consecutive years helps mitigate kind of that administrative overhead as well.
I guess I'd add that the FM or the pre-FMP meeting that we'd have with Budget Review Committee that kind of goes over where we're at, that would be a good time to like check in to advise the board, like, is this $2 million and $2 million for vehicles, like, is that adequate, or what, any adjustments that maybe would be made? Might be an interesting outcome from that meeting.
Yeah, one of the things that is challenging is we have obviously a really large, $2.3 million ladder truck that's coming in 2028. So over the last couple of years, I've tried to be less than $1 million to kind of, in essence, save up capacity. So that's one of those things that we would, again, could explain to the budget review party, part of the process, and why we're not going to be, or try not to be at that full million, is we're trying to make sure that over that 10-year, we're averaging about that 1 million, not having, going over it 1 year and saying, who cares?
Any other discussion on this? Nothing?
So I guess if you want to make a decision on it tonight, you can. Otherwise, we can have it on next agenda item to allow for any additional feedback. I think Paula, sorry.
I appreciate that, Cameron. That would be my thought, is to have some additional time to provide feedback.
Paula, go ahead.
I would agree. I think, I like the process. I like the grading. Where I'm getting a little bit hung up is on this $2 million a year earmark, or benchmark, or whatever we want to call it. So I think maybe some conversation and Cameron, if I could sit down with you, maybe ask you some questions about that. I think that would be helpful.
Happy to.
Comments, or so we're going to postpone until next meeting. JP, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to check my understanding here, Cameron. So the 2 million is just more so as what you would bring forward within that realm. It's just as a starting point for the discussion regarding the plan. It's not what we're set in stone. We can always adjust that as we go forward as part of the budget process.
Yep, and to be very clear, it's 40 million over the course of 10 years. So it's $1 million for vehicles, $1 million for streets, and $2 million for major projects. Major projects are intersections, reconstructions where we're actually going down, taking out the water and sewer mains, traffic circles, if you want to call it that. So those are the kind of, so when we're talking about $40 million over the course of 10 years, that's a significant amount of infrastructure and projects. So the rationale behind the $1 million in vehicles and $1 million in equipment was, it was a starting place to start to catch up on some maintenance, to be a little bit more aggressive, to kind of eventually establish, and kind of like, as we're talking about data driven, is there a PASER rating that we want to be at? Do we want the median or average of our roads to be a 6 or a 7? Okay, well, how many miles a year do we have to get there? Okay, and then what is the cost per linear square foot of that pavement? That's really the goal, but just trying to get an amount that can be readily kind of assumed that bucket's going to be there to be able to successfully plan over 10 years. Because even as Kyla's doing this, and she's went through the first process of doing the PASER ratings, some of those updated us, and not all roads deteriorate at the same rate. So going from an every other year structure, we want to make sure that we have enough time to plan, and not only plan to assume we have the money. So a lot of there's other grants and other opportunities that if we can count on funding being there, we can apply for grant fundings or other matching opportunities that are out there, and we can demonstrate to the state and other granting agencies that this is our process and there is going to be funding available.
Okay, thank you, Cameron. I really do appreciate you clarifying that. As such, because this is just a guiding document, I would be comfortable making the motion to approve this document with the increase in that you and Kyla have kind of asked for in there.
Okay, is there a second?
Just clarify your motion, JP. So that is in there, so that would be as presented?
The $500,000 additional per year would not be in there, so that would be increasing it from 4 million a year to 4.5. Happy to provide a plan that is there, just knowing where we've been with estimated tax impact within the $4 million a year. I don't think there's going to be a tolerable plan from a tax perspective to come back with a plan that has that much additional capacity in there. I think there's opportunities where, given there's some feedback where if we find efficiency, we can certainly come to the board and say, hey, this plan might be a little front loaded because these subdivisions were all built at the same time and they're all coming up, or Commerce Park is a large project and we need to do pulverization. So it just makes more sense for us to even maybe do a 3-year plan, but we're gonna need a little bit more. So I think for now, until we've kind of gone through the process with the updated PASER ratings, maybe then we can come back and ask for more. But I just don't think there's going to be a acceptable tax impact at the additional levy capacity. And hope maybe I'm surprised. Maybe I come back with a financial management plan and it's in way better tax impact.
Thank you, Cameron. With that clarification, I will second your motion, JP.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Will you read it and we can do a roll call vote?
Motion to approve the 2027 to 2036 capital prioritization guidelines with an increase of 4 million a year. Did I capture that correctly?
If the intent is to not change the dollar amount, it should be as presented.
As presented.
No, my intent is to include the increase, so that would be.
So $4.5 million a year total? Okay.
Heidi.
So this would be in the survey and then presenting the FMP. I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this would change what our rankings are, or like how.
Not at all. Because the $500,000 of additional funding would go towards pulverization projects, which this year, because we just did the PASER ratings, and I was back there, our thought was to kind of give a Public Works Committee a preliminary review of that, because we have not done that in the past. It's kind of ended up in the prioritization process to allow some additional feedback. So the only projects that are getting rated are the major construction projects.
And so within our process, then like we can still send questions to you about what these different amounts mean. The budget review committee would still analyze, where our debt is, where we're going with FMP, and then up to the board on what is the acceptable number that we're comfortable with. I mean, next year, and then the FMP is multiple years, but ultimately the budget is just next year.
Correct. And I kind of look at major projects. So yes, the financial management plan covers 10 years, but more specifically, the staff are looking at the next 2 years, the construction year and the design year. So typically we'll bring a budget forward, like when we bring the 27 budget forward, it will also include 28 projects where we have to design in 27. So much changes. And let's just say there's a major economic decline, that financial management plan is going to look significantly different when we update it to make sure we're providing, the tax relief as necessary. And so, and again, like I said, pavement deteriorates at different rates. Just because we rated one later in the schedule, it might become an immediate need sooner because of disaster or just overutilization, or there might be a road where a developer is required to redo as part of their development. So something we were counting on no longer we have to do. But yeah, I strongly encourage, I'm willing to meet with anybody as the plan is developed and talking about the why. I think I would strongly encourage talking to Kyla about like why roads are in certain years from a replacement perspective. Some of that's tied with LRIP, which I know I shouldn't be using adjectives, but not abbreviations, but there is a rhyme or reason to a lot of that, and some of it is also to align with reconstructions in those off years, because we don't necessarily want to do reconstructions the same year that we're doing those pulverization or repavement projects.
All right, Paula.
I was just going to say, Heidi raises some questions, and obviously Cameron just got done encouraging us to ask questions of both him and Kyla. And I'm not sure why we have to rush this decision this evening and can't take a little additional time. It won't set us back, as Cameron said, on our timeline. So I don't think we need to rush this.
All right, there is a motion and a second, so we can do a roll call vote.
Benzo,
No, I would like more time.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Kelm Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy,
No.
Severson,
No.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio,
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We can continue to have discussions too then, obviously, when we get our project lists and what that looks like. And we've always done kind of multiple scenarios when it comes to the FMP, and that's something this board might want to consider, asking for again. And the Budget Review Committee can ask for multiple scenarios too, so we can see what that impact looks like moving forward.
And I just want the board to be very prepared this year with a revaluation. We're going to do our best to make sure that estimated tax impact is what it is in those documents. But it just because it's not being finalized till the end of September, there is a degree of variability. And we'll make sure that's clearly documented in that financial management plan. And again, starting the reminders that this is the revaluations don't increase tax capacity, but it certainly describes how things are separated and allocated.
All right, we're going to move on to discuss and consider staff direction regarding a possible data center moratorium. There's a memo that was also presented at Plan Commission where we got a little bit of discussion there, and then a timeline for how this moratorium would be implemented, because there would need to be a public hearing. You can leave, Rick, if you need to have an issue. He has a conflict, so he's going to step out. And we do have Bill Cole, which would be legal representation or counsel for us. He's on Zoom tonight if there are additional questions on a potential moratorium moving forward. I don't know if there are questions from the board, interest from the board in doing this. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, I will just express, yes, I have a strong interest in doing this. I mean, I think it's been pretty clear that, the regulation is not up to speed with regards to these. So I definitely think we need to take some sort of action. So I think this was very well researched. There's a lot of really good information that you attached in these memos. And yes, I think we need to take some sort of moratorium action.
Is that a motion?
It is not a motion. I would specifically for this one, I would like, I would like legal to weigh in.
No one's making you make a motion.
Sorry?
No one's making you make a motion on
Okay.
this right off the bat.
No. Thanks, Chris.
Chris, did you want to say something?
I want to make a motion, but I don't want to make a motion before everybody's spoken, if they want to say something.
And remember, we do have counsel online if there are questions regarding timeline and how this works. Is there any other discussion before Chris makes a motion? Go for it.
Okay, I'll make a motion to direct staff to kick the tires on a data center moratorium.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion by Murphy, or motion by Stowe and a second by Murphy. I did have a question for legal. So there are different sizes of data centers, and in drafting a resolution, does it make sense for us to put in size restrictions in this moratorium so that we aren't limiting development here that maybe would come? He has to be on. Oh, they got him. So we're not limiting a data center that might come attached to some really important development in Cottage Grove over the next 12 or 18 months. I don't know if you have suggestions for language that could be put in there if the board would consider adding some type of definition.
Sure. Good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. It's certainly a valid point that this moratorium, if you draft it completely, it would preclude any data centers while you're, for the 12-month period of time or whichever period you agree to. My view on it, though, is if you are concerned about it, make it all encompassing. And if a small data center approaches you or a data center applies that for whatever reason doesn't have the concerns that we're thinking about, you can always waive the moratorium for that particular use. So, in my view, there's no need to do it now. You can have it be an all-encompassing moratorium, and just if the right circumstances come up, you could relieve them of the moratorium.
Is there a mechanism to do a moratorium for like a principal land use, but leave it open for like an accessory land use, so that that would be a smaller scale, quote unquote, data center, but still moratorium on the principal land use, so that there's not a large scale moratorium or a large scale data center?
I just finished one for another community, had a similar thought as that. What they ended up doing is, in the moratorium itself, exempting any data centers of less than, I want to say, 20,000 square feet. So we could certainly draft the moratorium to, include a sort of de minimis exception. If it was below X number of square feet, that the moratorium would not apply.
Go ahead.
I mean, I guess I'd rather just do a blanket to start with, and then we can make exceptions if we need to.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Paula, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we do an all-encompassing, because the inquiry that we've had would have tied it to a business park and other uses. So I think really it needs to be very broad and factor all those things in.
And then I guess the other question is for the board. 12 months to 18 months was kind of the range we had given. I fall more on the 18-month end, knowing that the work of the Dane County Advisory Committee is probably going to be extended and take an additional, it's going to take a year from now, most likely to come up with guidelines, which would then give us additional time to review, make changes, go through all of our processes. So 18 months probably makes a little bit more sense. And I don't know if there's nodding heads in this room.
I would agree, Cindy.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 months.
All right.
Yeah, I think 18 months makes sense. But can Mr. Cole just explain to us a little bit? You said something about relieving the moratorium. So what's the purpose of having a moratorium if there's that relief trigger? Or can you say more about that, please?
Sure. So the moratorium would be just like any ordinance that the village board would pass. You would have the authority to amend that at any time if you thought it was in the public interest. So you could lift the moratorium completely. You could lift it for certain areas. You could lift it for certain, smaller data centers. That's sort of up to the discretion of the board. But I guess my point was, maybe at this point in time, pass an all-encompassing moratorium, because your hands are not necessarily tied. If something came up that you were to consider, you'd always be free to lift the moratorium either partially or completely to address that.
Thank you.
All right, Casey.
Yeah, so piggybacking onto that, so would the only scenario I'm imagining is like if it's some other sort of business, but they say, hey, the data center in our building is, we want to make sure that that's permitted. So would the mechanism that we'd have to waive it, like, would we just be able to issue them something like a conditional use permit, or would we have to actually amend the ordinance that put the moratorium in the first place?
You could do it either way. The way I've been drafting them is to define a data center in such a way that it is the principal use of the structure. So as to exclude sort of IT computerized things that are secondary to the principal business operations.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, as long as both the language initially for the blanket one covers that situation, and we can, issue a permit if we really needed to. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that sort of thing.
So we do have a motion and a second for 18-month, direction for an 18-month moratorium. Okay. Any other discussion? Otherwise, yeah, we'll do a roll call for fun.
Benzo?
Aye.
Erlington?
Aye.
Cal Nelson?
Aye.
Murphy?
Aye.
Severson?
Aye.
Stoa?
Yes.
Villavicencio?
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. Thank you for being here, Bill. I know you're at multiple meetings tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Discuss and consider establishing a building permit waiver period for significant storm events.
Point of order, do we need to get Rick back in?
Oh, Rick, come on back.
Okay.
I'll take that one.
Matt.
Yep. So we've noticed when there's following significant storm events, especially hail, and we end up inevitably with an influx of additional building permits for re-roofs and things like that. It's obviously not a notable revenue generator for us. We essentially break even on that sort of thing. And when it is important for property records, and it's a difficult thing to communicate because it looks like it's a bad PR look for the village. So staff is proposing that the board considers allowing the village president to give the village president authority to declare a waiver period following a significant storm event, and we'd coordinate an appropriate time frame for that, maybe a couple months or something like that following a storm event, where fees would be waived for relatively minor permits like re-roofs and maybe siding damage and things like that.
Questions or comments? Casey?
I guess, Matt, I just wanted to clarify that this sort of permit period would only be waiving the fees. Contractors still need to meet all other sort of permit requirements like licensure, bonding, insurance, et cetera.
Yes, we still want to make sure all of that's being followed and that the permits are being taken out, or we don't want to, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So this is, yeah. As long as
and this would really incentivize that also happening, and that, and also we can communicate and remind people without it also. It serves the village a benefit from not having it be it appear badly.
Yeah, as long as we're still, keeping all other requirements, because I know obviously with all these recent storms, we've had a lot of, fly-by-night contractors and things like that, and residents have been concerned. So as long as those are maintained, that's fine.
Any other comments?
I just want to make sure that the board is clear. So while this waiver does not, so we would no longer collect a fee for this. Obviously, each permit that's pulled for this, we would still get charged for. But when benefiting the cost benefit on this, to incentivize community members to be getting permits and making sure that they're not getting taken advantage of, outweighed the minor, basically administrative permit for this. So there is a cost, but like we said before, this is not critical to the village budget by any mean.
I'll make a motion to approve establishing a building permit waiver period following significant storm events.
I'll second.
Second.
Oh, Paula Severson second. Erlinson with the motion, Severson with the second. Any other discussion? You want to do a roll call? Just to get in the habit.
Sure. Benzo,
Easier.
Aye.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Kel Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy,
I'll abstain.
Severson,
Aye.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio,
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, we have discussed and consider publishing meeting minutes in the local newspaper. Casey and Heidi with the memo.
So this came up a number of months ago, and at the time I was not in favor of taking the minutes out of the newspaper. It's a venue that people have historically gone to this, and I know that technology has changed, but some people do not have access to technology, changing technology, and I believe that we should have the minutes available in as many outlets as practicable. And while this is, of course, incurring an additional cost, I don't believe that the cost outweighs the benefit of having this open and transparent additional way that people can access information about their local government. So that's why I worked with Casey to propose this. So Casey, I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, just, same sort of thing. Because I know it was mentioned that through a records request, that there were no requests directly received by the village to have these added back in. But the kinds of folks who, as you said, Heidi, don't have internet access already and relied on these in the newspaper also aren't very likely to email in and request this sort of thing. I've directly spoken with a number of residents, especially seniors, who did say that they utilized this, that they relied on it. And as I said, there is a cost for this, but it's in proportion to the rest of our expenditures and budget. It's very, very minor, $2,000 or $3,000 a year. And we've already, dropped that cost. Lisa had reduced it in 2022 by submitting, a more condensed version of the minutes. And so I think that's a worthwhile cost, to make that accessible to everyone, not just people who have internet access or have the ability to come into Village Hall and get the minutes physically.
Paula.
Just first, a clarifying question for Heidi and Casey. In your memo, you said a number of constituents have expressed concern on their accessibility. Can you tell us how many and how you were contacted?
That portion was more from Casey's experience. I didn't have anyone on their accessibility contact me directly, but Casey had some experience with them.
Yeah, so when these were removed was the January 20th meeting. It was over the course of campaign time, so this is people I was talking to outdoors and so on. And I had about 10, 12 people who mentioned that they think it is a good idea, and I had 4 residents specifically who, when they learned that it had been removed at the January meeting, said, "I used that, I would like that back," something to that effect.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think, we obviously voted to take these away because there's only like 200 subscribers in the town and the village. And so it didn't make financial sense. And I guess, my preference would be I'd be willing to donate my trustee stipend to mail copies of minutes for the people who don't have computer accessibility in that regard. I think we made a sound decision in January, and I stick by that.
Other comments?
Paula, are you making a motion?
Other com-
Is there a motion on the floor? I'm sorry,
No,
I'm not
we're
sure.
discussing.
No,
So
I
are
was
there
just
any other
asking
comments?
if you were going to, sorry for any confusion. No, I'm just trying to clarify.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can. I mean, I can move that I'll donate my stipend to cover the cost of mailing residents who don't have access to a computer.
I would second the motion because I feel like it's an unnecessary expense.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion as presented?
Well, first, just to clarify, regardless of whether this motion passes or fails, we would still be discussing the existing one, correct?
This is the current motion for discussion. Rick, you want to?
So
Yeah, so it depends on what the action is. So if the motion passes, I mean, typically there's no further like discussion or motions that follow it. So you'd want to have your motion be all encompassing of what the action is. If it fails, then I think there's opportunity for more or for follow-up main motions or primary motions.
All right. Is there any other comments or discussion on the motion as presented?
yeah, I want to, I apologize for my confusion. So the motion on the floor is that Paula will donate her village stipend to those who do not have email access. Is that correct?
No.
Is that the correct motion?
Do you want to read the motion, please?
Motion by Severson to cover the cost of mailing to people that do not have computers is what I captured.
All right. We'll do a roll call vote on this motion. Or Heidi, did you want to
I
talk
just
about
had
this motion?
further, discussion point. The intent of my memo is publishing the minutes. Again, I reiterate, it was in the memo. Signals that we're open and transparent by placing official records and public business in front of residents without requiring them to seek out that information. And I think that that's an important part of transparency in government and ensuring that the information and the public records are available to residents, and it doesn't, the extra step of contacting Village Hall and asking them to be mailed. And that's creating additional burden on residents to find that public information, or having a internet accessibility or a computer or a smartphone. Those are all requirements to access the information, the official records of their local government, and I don't think that that should be a barrier for people to access those records. So that's why I propose this. And
Casey.
Yeah, and echoing as you said, Heidi, I think having it as a mailing system is again creates this extra hurdle for it. If they're just in the paper that's available to anyone, they don't have to go through and requesting them. I also don't know that that would cost any less than doing this. Then I don't know that mailing would cost any less than publishing in the paper. I think they would be comparable, or even that mailing would cost more, because we'd have to find out who wants it. We'd have to update that sort of thing frequently. So yeah, I don't agree with that sort of thing. I think it's cheaper and more efficient to do it with publishing minutes.
I just wanted to offer a point of information too, is that I had reached out to the leader back in when I had worked with Trustee Dahl on this in January, and they provided me with the numbers for mail, web, and single copy of who receives the Leader Independent, and it was 2,283 was the number that they gave me.
Yeah, and I looked at that as well back from January, and they broke it down for the zip code as well, and it was about 200 people, as has been mentioned a couple times here. So with the cost, for the past 3 years since Lisa adjusted it, it works out to about $10 per resident who's getting this. I think that's pretty reasonable to ensure accessibility. $10 per person.
If I may just, since I made the motion, I absolutely 100% support transparency, and that's why I've offered to give up my stipend for this effort. You know, please remember too that people have to buy the newspaper. So, I mean, people are already paying a cost, and, you know, I'm offering an alternative that I'll pay the cost for, right, in essence. So that's why I suggested it. So.
All right, there's a motion and a second on the original, so this original motion. Can you do a roll call vote, please?
Benzo,
So because of, I am sorry, because of the discussion, the motion on the floor is as presented by Murphy and Erlingson. Is that the current motion?
no, the motion is from Severson to cover the cost of mailing to the people that do not have computers, seconded by yourself.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying because there's been a lot of discussion. So aye.
Erlingson,
No.
Cal Nelson,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Severson,
Aye.
Stoa,
No.
Villavicencio,
No.
All right, motion fails. We can consider another main motion, or
I would make the motion that we publish the meeting minutes in the local newspaper.
I'll second.
motion by Murphy, second by Erlinson. Will you read this motion out again and then do a roll call, please? Oh,
Sure.
Actually, we'll do discussion, but please read the motion so everyone's on the same page.
Sure. Motion by Murphy to approve publishing the meeting minutes in the local newspaper, second by Erlingson.
All right, discussion on this motion.
And so this is residents purchasing the newspaper at their own cost. Is that correct?
They may get the newspaper from their neighbor, they may read it at a local diner, they may be
Right.
in the community room at their 55-plus apartment building. There's a lot of ways that people may access the newspaper that doesn't create a public record, that doesn't require them to call someone and ask for that information to be mailed to them. So, you know, they may, yes, buy the newspaper, but they may also have another access to the newspaper.
Okay. And can you please read back the motion one more time?
Motion by Murphy to approve the publication of meeting minutes, seconded by Erlingson.
Aye.
You do a roll call vote.
Benzo,
Aye.
Erlingson,
Aye.
Cal Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Severson,
Nay.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio,
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We're gonna move on to reports from village boards, commissions, and committees. Board of review, lengthy meeting. Go ahead, Heidi.
All right, well, we held statutorily required board of review, had to convene by a certain date, but because we have the revaluation this year, we need more time for the numbers to be sent out to everyone, and then for the open book and all of that. So the next iteration of board of review, which I was the chair this last meeting, but I will no longer be the chair because I'm no longer on the committee. But they will meet in September to go over the official business of Board of Review as statutorily required.
Nothing to add.
All right. Police commission, chief.
So, Police Commission met on, May 7th at 5:30 PM at MSB. All commissioners were in attendance. They approved the minutes from January 8th meeting. They then moved into closed session to conduct interviews for police officer candidates. On coming out of closed session, they forwarded 2 names for eligibility that are currently in background process. They then held elections for the chair and secretary position for a 1-year period. Jess Robinson was elected chair, and Joanne Williams was elected secretary. And at that meeting, the former chair, Stadmiller, announced that he was resigning from the commission after several years of service to the community. 10 plus, I do believe. So, and they then advised they'd wait to set a future agenda item and meeting date once a new commission member was appointed, and adjourned at 7:25 p.m.
Comments or questions for Chief? All right, we'll move on to Plan Commission. The Plan Commission met on Wednesday, May 13th, approved the minutes, and then there was a long list that we went through, which most of those agenda items are on our agenda for tonight. We discussed and considered a request from Bryn Mawr Church for approval of the CSA to consolidate parcels. We discussed and considered an annexation petitions from Lindstrom Acres for the annexation of 108 plus acres. We had a public hearing regarding potential amendments to Chapter 274 of the subdivision ordinance. We then also considered those amendments, and then in another item gave staff direction to review and amend language for purpose statements for the Chapter 274, and then also 325, the zoning ordinance. We had an overview of the truth in planning law, which is also on our agenda tonight. We talked about residential TIDs, and we talked about the Dane County Advisory Committee on Data Centers and the work we're doing, and that led to the discussion of the item tonight. So we can, that's kind of a generic overview of what happened at Plan Commission. So we can take these kind of in order. So the first one is discuss and consider the CSM to consolidate parcels for Bryn Mawr Church.
Yeah, so the church owns obviously their own building, but they also own the single-family home immediately north of the church. They currently rent that out, but these are all spread out over 6 different parcels, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So they're doing a little bit of house cleaning to put the church and parking lot on one parcel, the home and adjacent land on the other, which will give them some flexibility in the future if they want to do something different with the home parcel. So no objection to them doing that. The only caveat is that one corner of the church parcel is actually zoned planned industrial, because I think it originally came as part of the business park. So they're going to come back next month and get that rezoned. So we can approve the CSM, but it'll just be conditioned on them getting that zoning cleaned up.
Comments or questions on this one?
I'd move approval of the request from Bryn Mawr Presbyterian Church for approval of their CSM to consolidate 6 existing parcels into 2 parcels. And then with the staff recommendation that they come back on the zoning.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Severson, second by Stoll. Any other discussion on this item? Just do roll call as you have it.
Benzo. Aye. Erlinson.
Aye.
Kel Nelson.
Aye.
Murphy.
Aye.
Severson.
Aye.
Stoa.
Yes.
Villavicencio.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We're going to discuss and consider the potential amendments to Chapter 274, the subdivision ordinance.
Yeah, these are a series of modifications to the subdivision ordinance. Some of these came out of the housing study, some came from a document that the Madison MPO did where they reviewed requirements in different municipalities, and there were a few where the village was a little bit of an outlier. So this first was discussed at the Plan Commission, I think late last year. We kind of put it on hold again until this month. We did discuss these back at the time, but originally came to the Plan Commission with Nick and April from the fire department. Another component of this at that time was adding residential alleys. They had some questions about dimensions and maintaining access and things like that. So for now, taking the alleys out so we can look at that in a little bit more detail. So the parts that are remaining are looking at street design standards, specifically the width of streets. Currently, we just have an overall width called out. This would break it down by the individual components, lanes, parking lanes, bike lanes. Adding an element that has a maximum curb radii, so the radius of the curb at the intersections. When those are a little bit smaller, that means the crossing distance for pedestrians is shorter. It's also less pavement that we have to maintain from that point forward. Larger turn radius also kind of leads to people speeding around the corners a little bit more, so it's a little bit safer to have the smaller radius. The building setback lines are just kind of redundant because that's already handled in the zoning ordinance. The sidewalks, we just want to change the minimum 4-foot width to 5. That's typically what people are doing now anyway, but we just want to codify that and change the text to make sure it's referencing our current standards and details, which is something that we give out to the developers. The second sidewalk section is just dealing with multi-use paths. Again, we have previously allowed those in lieu of sidewalks, but we just want to make that clear in the ordinance that the board can require that. And then also the dimension of those, that they would be 10 feet wide unless otherwise approved.
Comments or questions on this item?
I will make a motion to approve the amendments to Chapter 275 subdivision ordinance.
Second.
274.
274.
All
You
right.
did say so. Yep, and I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Stoa, second by JP.
Benzo,
Aye.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Cal Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Severson,
Aye.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio,
Aye.
We have overview of the 2025 Wisconsin Act 173 Truth in Planning and 235 Creation of Residential TIDs.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go? Yeah.
I mean, I can go through the memo and just jump in if I'm taking us in the wrong direction.
Sure, sounds good.
So the first one, Act 173, the Truth in Planning Law. This act requires the land use element of the comprehensive plan to specifically describe phasing and density of future residential development, looking ahead 20 years in 5-year increments. In most cases, when a developer would request zoning on a project that is consistent with what you have in the ordinance, you would have to approve it. There are exceptions related to potential overburdening of public facilities, or if there's a threat to public health or safety, but the burden would be on the village to prove that that's the case. If a request like that comes forward and the plan does not include the phasing and density, the municipality would have 180 days to rectify that. Obviously, we're starting to undergo our comprehensive plan, so this would all be taken into consideration, obviously, in the redrafting of that. That act also makes an adjustment to the TID extensions. Currently, you can add 1 year to the life of a TID and use that increment to support housing and affordable housing in particular. This would extend that to 2 years instead of 1. I guess I'll stop there in case Rick wants to add anything.
Yeah, so just a quick, just follow up on the density. So your comprehensive plan basically has to plan out your residential areas and say, in the future, like in 5 years, we expect this to be a residential area. These are the minimum and maximum densities that would be allowed there. So you have to do that for 5-year increments. You could just say like, these are the minimum maximum densities for every 5-year increment. But basically, the reason that's important is if somebody brings forward a proposal that has that is for residential housing and it meets those minimum or max, like it's within that range of housing densities, you are required to approve that unless the village can demonstrate otherwise that it meets some sort of other requirement. So as we're going through the comprehensive planning process, it's just really important to think about your future land use planning as far as like what the residential areas are going to be and what the densities that you feel are sort of consistent with your future land use planning. And this is effective January 1st of 2028. So we've got time to adjust the comprehensive plan. So it's kind of perfect timing for the village, honestly, with where we're at. But as Aaron mentioned, there's, a few things that we can consider. Number one is public infrastructure is, we don't have to approve something if we don't have the public facilities to or they're not addressed adequately by what's being proposed. So, but again, the burden is on the village. So typically there's a presumption that whatever the village does is correct, but it's usually on the landowner to demonstrate that they're satisfying certain standards. Here, it's really on the village to demonstrate that an exception exists. So I just wanted to sort of emphasize those couple points, just because they are it's very different in the sense of, typically there's a lot of discretion with legislative decisions such as rezoning, but here this is saying, no, you have to approve this rezone if it comes before the village. So it's a very different context as far as rezoning decisions are made. But again, only to residential. It's not to commercial, industrial. It's only for residential as rezones.
Good, thanks, Rick. Then Act 235 creates residential tax increment districts, or RTIDs, is what they're calling them. These are intended specifically to promote workforce housing. There are a lot of regulations on what qualifies. The lot size in an RTID cannot exceed 7,500 square feet for a single family, or 12,500 for a duplex. The lot width cannot exceed 70 for single family, or 80 for duplex. Setbacks can't be more than 10 feet. Those are not super restrictive. A lot that meets our minimum standards for SR6 would qualify. What gets a little bit more restrictive, I think, is the limitations on the size of the home. 1,500 square feet for a single story, or 2,000 square feet for a two-story home. So for example, the 55-foot lots that Lennar was showing a couple hours ago would qualify for an RTID, but the homes that they were showing would not, because those were 1,800 feet as a ranch, or over 2,000 for a two-story structure. So if that was something they were interested in, they would have to show us some floor plans that met the criteria. And then current TIF districts are subject to what's called the 12% rule. So a new TID can't be created or modified if the equalized value in all TIDs exceeds 12% of the total equalized value in the village. So currently with Amazon, we're over our 12%, so we can't create or modify our current TIDs, but this would be counted separately. So our TIDs are not part of the 12%, but they do have their own 3% rule. The law prohibits municipal borrowing for an RTID project, so essentially this means would have to be a developer-funded or pay-as-you-go system, which is kind of how we handle most TID incentives anyway. Rick can kind of weigh in on this too, but I think a couple of these are a little bit, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see how they get enforced or how they unfold. These are required to be owner-occupied homes, which is kind of strange because ordinarily we can't say that something has to be single or has to be owner-occupied versus rental. Someone's allowed to rent out their house if they want to. So I can see that getting challenged where somebody who lives in an RTID wants to rent out their home, and does this qualify or not as owner-occupied at that point? The other thing I could see potentially being problematic, if somebody builds a 1,500 square foot home and then 5 years later they want to add a sunroom or something, do we have to say no because they're in a TID? I'm not quite sure how that's going to play out. Rick, I would turn it over if you have any other comments.
You hit a lot of the high points for me. So just on the financing side, like Aaron said, there are only two methods that we can fund project costs in the TID. So it can either be developer financed or it has to come from the special TID fund. We can't borrow for anything. It basically can only be paid for via increment or developer financing. So really limited in how we can actually finance project costs in these RTIDs. And there are just some things that I can give you an educated guess on how to interpret some of these things, but we'll probably be waiting to hear guidance from DOR on some of them. So like the owner-occupied, there are potential issues with that as far as Airbnbs, right? So if a house is allowed, or if we have single-family housing allowed in the zoning district, or any sort of residential use allowed in a zoning district, we have to allow the use of that property for Airbnb. So that doesn't have to be owner occupied. So there's just weird sort of quirks with how we would actually enforce the owner occupied provision that we just need to give some thought to, if that's something that the village is interested in, and talking with DOR about how we actually go about requiring that, or if, you know, one of these parcels does become a rental property, what does that mean for the village, or what does that mean for the RTID? So it'll be just interesting to see how the state interprets this.
So I'm super interested in the residential TIDs because I think it could be a good mechanism for us to get some smaller houses, maybe some smaller price points, and maybe still get that owner occupied, like a townhome or something. I would like, I don't know how the other board members feel about it, but I'd like to sort of direct Aaron to maybe look to see where we could implement that. Oh, that was my other question. When does this go into effect?
October 1st of 26.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to hear from the other board members, but I personally would like to have Aaron see if he can find anywhere that it might make sense to do some of this.
Heidi?
Thanks. I guess the intent of this is to reduce the cost to develop land, so then the home is more attainable to you know, a different demographic that is able to obtain housing now. How is that, like, written in an agreement? Like, how do we quantify this agreement to potential home buyers?
It's an excellent question, because that's what I've been trying to figure out. I mean, I think we almost have to put it in the development agreement that the developer, like, if there's financing, you know, village assistance being provided in any manner, that the developer is subject to the state requirements, like, and if they take any action or do anything that puts us in violation of the TID requirements, like, they have to hold us harmless for that, basically. So I think it's going to come down to what we put in our development agreements, and they're just going to have to be probably a little bit more robust on compliance with the TID requirements.
Yeah, because it's hard, because costs of everything is also going up. So cost of actually building the structure of the house is going to go up, but trying to do this to make it attainable and making sure that that is what the developer is doing. So yeah, I guess developer agreements best.
Yeah, and as far as like the lot sizes go, I mean, that can be regulated through zoning, right? Like, so, or the plat approval process. But the owner occupied thing is just, I don't know how we actually enforce that one.
Has this been discussed, or will it be discussed at a housing chapter committee meeting?
It has not been discussed, but it would be helpful to be discussed at the next meeting, whenever that may be.
I guess the other helpful thing that maybe if staff hears anything from other municipalities that are, you know, have some interesting ideas, to bring that back to, I don't know, either housing or plan commission, whatever the appropriate venue would be, if you hear of anyone starting something that's
Sure,
a good
it will
idea.
be a topic of conversation among the planners.
Any other discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, let's move on to Public Works, Properties, and Sustainability Committee. Chris.
We met on Wednesday, May 13th. We called the meeting to order at 5:33. No public appearances. We approved the minutes. We reviewed the official traffic map, handy dandy map to show you where all the stop signs and the different kinds of roads in the village. It's linked in the Public Works packet. We discussed and considered the Johnson Health Tech plan Johnson Health Tech to extend a no parking area on Commerce. That passed 5-1. We discussed and considered no parking on Bus Road, which passed 5-1. And we Talked about the change order for the Johnson Health Tech bike path, adding that back into our street and ped project that passed 3-2. And then directors and engineering report, rain barrel sale, everything was sold. We talked about salt purchases, got the Safe Streets for All grant. Going to do an intersection study. We're going through the traffic management and stop sign policy. E-waste event was a big success. Semi and a half of waste was recycled. We're going to have a joint meeting with the Utility Commission. And then we went through the different developments updates. So we have 3 discussing considers along with that. The first one tonight is the no parking signage on the southern portion of Bus Road from Cottage Grove Road to the dead end in the Shady Grove neighborhood. So I'll pass it over to Kyla for an explanation.
When the Shady Grove subdivision was created a handful of years ago, it was not included that the medians would be have curb and gutter associated with them. In 2024, Public Works and the Village Board moved forward with adding curb and gutter along the medians to clean up Bus Road from Cottage Grove Road to the dead end there. If you look, it's about 13 feet of drive length, not including curb. If you drive out there and you see someone parked, it's very, very, very difficult to get around, including Amazon vehicles and with the build out. So it's being recommended both by myself, the committee, and in discussions with Chief and PD to make that entire boulevard no parking.
Go ahead, Chris.
So I'm going to tell you why I don't think we should approve this. I went over to Shady Grove and I measured those lanes, and they're 18 feet wide, curb to curb. I think that's enough to accommodate a normal 10 to 11 foot travel lane and 7 to 8 foot parking lane. Keeping these roads narrow can help ensure slower speeds, especially in a residential area like this. It's got no tree cover. Visually it's wide open, and that people can have a tendency to speed up there. So having an 18-foot wide travel lane is only going to lead to higher speeds. And while I was there, I actually parked, and someone passed me, and it was not particularly difficult for them to pass me. There was enough space in between my car and theirs. I just don't think we should be building roads that are big enough to have a parking lane and then ban parking, because it just makes everything way too wide, encourages higher speeds, and I think that's just kind of a disaster in a residential area. Really, I think if we want roads without parking, we need to build them smaller. The standards that we just approved in the subdivision update are 10 feet travel lane and 7 to 8 feet for a parking lane. So I think this road is wide enough to accommodate a travel and a parking lane. And if that means cars got to go a little slower to get through there comfortably, I think that's a good thing. I think we need to prioritize the safety of pedestrians over convenience of cars. I think, if we're building a new residential area, nobody's going to suggest that we build an 18-foot wide travel lane. That's 50% bigger than an interstate lane. I'm just going to give a couple of quotes from the NACTO Street Width Design Guide. Narrow streets help promote slower driving speed, which in turn reduces severity of crashes. Lane widths of 10 feet are appropriate and have a positive impact on a street's safety without impacting traffic operations. Lanes greater than 11 feet should not be used, as they may cause unintended speeding. Restrictive policies that favor the use of wider travel lanes have no place in settings where every foot counts. Research has shown that narrower lane widths can effectively manage speeds without decreasing safety, and that wider lanes do not correlate to safer streets. Travel lane widths of 10 feet generally provide adequate safety while discouraging speeding. And parking lane widths of 7 to 9 feet are generally recommended. And my final point is from a study called Design Factors That Affect Driver Speed on Suburban Streets. Quote, as the width of the lane increased, the speed of the roadway increased. When lane widths are 3.3 feet greater, speeds are predicted to be 9.4 miles an hour faster.
All right, Paula, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I supported this at Public Works, and I still support it. I think one of the things that we need to be mindful of is not just cars parked on that road and cars getting through, but cars parked on that road and the ability for our emergency responders to get through, an ambulance, a fire truck. you know, if you've ever ridden shotgun in a fire truck, you would see how challenging it can be to get, you know, that road's already curved, and to get apparatus down there. So I think it's more of a safety thing for me, and I'm going to continue to support it like I did at Public Works.
Yeah, I thought about that too, but in the end, we have 60,000 car trips per day in Cottage Grove. Last year, fire and EMS had a combined 868 calls. So I guess my question would be, do we design our streets for the 21.9 million car trips per year, or do we favor the 900 per year that fire and EMS do?
I think we design our streets that are safe. I mean, fire doubles in size every minute that a fire happens. And if apparatus can't get through, that could be a life or death situation. So I'm going to put the safety of our residents before anything else.
Heidi.
Thanks. I guess I'm wondering, Kyla, if there are other like speed control measures that could be added. You know, obviously our police force can't be everywhere all the time, so are there other ways like paint on the road or other things that we can do to help make sure traffic is slower, or encouraging them by force of infrastructure to be slower?
Absolutely. So through that intersection, or through the bus road intersection, you can kind of see from my zoomed in, not great Google view, but you kind of have medians that provide that refuge for pedestrians walking through here. One thing that should be noted is when this development was approved and went through, the future of Bus Road was looking to be a boulevard section leading from Gaston Road all the way south through the village as another alternative way to come through the village. What that looks like now, the same thing was kind of anticipated along the school and Heyday. Obviously, that has not moved forward at this time. It is a tight intersection. To Chris' point, you can make it work. It's ultimately based on comfort. One thing we could look at is providing bump outs at these intersections. I would hate to re-pour a bunch of curb that was just installed 5 years ago, not even, but it is something that we can look at.
Is there anything with paint that we can do?
We can definitely add crosswalks
Sure.
through those intersections as well.
Yeah, or like, sometimes you see like a bike lane and then like a hashed thing. I know you're not really, there's the driving lane and then the hashed mark and then the bike lane. It's like a protected bike lane, but it's not actually protected by anything raised other than paint. I don't know if that actually, I don't know what the data is, if that actually slows people down or.
There probably wouldn't be enough room for a parking lane, a drive. There isn't enough room for a parking lane, a drive lane, and a bike lane.
But a drive lane and a bike lane, is that, I'm just trying to think, what are other things that we can do besides just pouring? And maybe this is like a long-term brainstorm, but I do think it's important to try to slow people down because there are, you know, a lot of kids and it's close to a park and.
Absolutely, I can definitely do some brainstorming on that as well.
So currently, if a car is parked on Bus Road, fire and EMS cannot get around it. You said it's 18 feet wide? But you said it's 13?
13 is a rough. I will be completely honest, I did not go out there and measure it like Chris did. Now, Chris, is yours from the face of the curb? The vertical to vertical. So that would be including the the foot and a half of space between the curb. That would include driving on the curb, which some people do, some people don't. It all depends on who is parking where. As you can see how people park.
To be clear, that's on the concrete part of the curb.
Yep.
That's level with the asphalt, not mounting the curb.
And then there are homes that are being built right now on Bus. There's homes further down across from the park. So that those homeowners along that entire stretch in this residential neighborhood have no access to street parking.
Correct.
Okay. I think I'm gonna align more with Chris on this topic, if anyone cares. Other comments? Casey.
So, I'm trying to think of if there's anywhere comparable to this in the village right now, anywhere with a boulevard other than, Main Street. Is there anything like this, Kyla?
At this time, no.
Okay. And currently there is boulevard, driving lane, and parking lane.
It's not designated a parking lane, but
it's not striped for parking lane. It's just
straight
big enough
as-
that people do, and it's not prohibited, so people do.
Correct.
That kind of thing. Okay, and you don't. So you said it's definitely not big enough for striping for a driving bike parking lane. Is it big enough for striping for driving and parking? In your opinion?
I would be hesitant to mark it as parking. I would leave it as any other of the residential roads that allows you to park.
Okay. So I'm torn between, because there are two safety concerns here. As Paula brought up, there's fire EMS access, but as Chris has brought up, speed kills too. And like we've seen in other traffic contentious areas, Taylor Street, the perception of what the lane is, yes, people should be obeying the speed limits. People don't do that. So if it looks, wide, as you say, Chris, people will tend to go faster, and that's dangerous too. So I'm torn. I'm ambivalent.
I was just
Go ahead.
wondering, did the fire department or EMS, did they weigh in on it at all, or?
I did not reach out to them specifically.
Kind of based off of that, if we do reach out to them, I would also be curious on their thoughts about fundamental way as an access point for this neighborhood, which is to the right. Whether they would that be, if we do allow parking in there, would fundamental way be enough to effectively service this neighborhood if they were needed?
I mean, there's also going to be houses continue to build on Bus Road itself, right? So, I mean, yes, even if that works, they may not be able to get to the actual house on Bus if there's some issue with that. But I think that has some, just the reaching out to them to evaluate that half of things. Maybe that's a direction to referring this to a committee is a good idea, or just asking them the staff direction.
Chief Archibald or Chief Lang on the call? Paula, you have your hand up. Maybe Chief Lang can also weigh in.
Yeah, I think, so typically fire apparatus is about 8 to 10 feet wide. So I think the idea, Casey, of, asking our fire department to weigh in on this would be a very good thing.
Can we postpone action and see what they say? Is that all right? Do we need a motion to postpone?
Sure.
I would move to postpone until the fire department weighs in on the Bus Road, no parking situation.
EMS. Can you include EMS in your motion?
And EMS, yes.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Murphy, second by Erlinson. Any other discussion? All right.
Benzo,
Aye.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Cal Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Severson,
Aye.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio.
Aye.
Okay, there was a second discuss and consider a request from Johnson Health Tech regarding the addition of no parking on the north side of Commerce Parkway from the entrance of 209 Commerce Parkway. Kyla or our guest?
Our guest, Adam from Johnson Health Tech, he's the facilities manager here. He can answer any questions for you if you are interested. They recently are leasing this 209 Commerce driveway building, and they have semi-deliveries through this entrance here, and they are looking to add additional no parking right in front of their driveway, which would be about 3 car lengths.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm uncomfortable with this. It's across from a daycare, so again, having the cars line the street to slow things down makes me, I would rather have the cars there to slow them down. I understand the reasoning behind this, but again, I think we should be prioritizing the safety of pedestrians. One of the Public Works members stated that we have to remember that this is a commercial zone and we need to take care of our commercial businesses. I think that's a little bit of an oversimplification. I think we should be prioritizing protecting pedestrians regardless of what zoning district they're walking in. But
Go ahead, Paula.
Yeah, I guess I differ. I agree that I think, the problem here is the semis trying to turn in, and, the concern really being that they're going to sideswipe one of those cars that's parked there. Again, this is our commerce park, so I think we need to be able to allow our businesses to actually engage in commerce. So I supported this at Public Works, and I support it now.
Other comments or questions? Casey?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at this on the Google Maps, and I mean, if this is just a limited space, only about 3 car lengths long, I think we still get the slowing traffic effect that we otherwise have from all the other parking on there. The daycare has a parking lot, and I mean, I think safety for pedestrians by not having, semis having to dodge parked cars right where they need to pull in, I think outweighs that. So I'm inclined towards it as well.
The attached picture is something that Adam sent me this morning regarding the location of where they're interested in. So it would just slightly be extending the no parking for the fire hydrant a little further down past their driveway.
Any other comments?
I'd make a motion to approve the request
I
from
would move
Johnson
it-
Health. Oh,
Go ahead, Heidi.
okay. Regarding the addition of no parking on the north side of Commerce Parkway across from the entrance of 209 Commerce Parkway as presented.
Second.
Motion by Murphy, second by Severson. Any other discussion?
Benzo,
Aye.
Erlingson,
Aye.
Cal Nelson.
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Severson,
Aye.
Stoa,
no.
Via Vicencio.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you for staying so late. We had one more discuss and consider from Public Works. That was regarding the Johnson Health Bike Path repaving to add the project back into the list of 2026 street and ped improvements.
There was a memo included in your packet that kind of reiterated where we were at after the bid opening in March. Public Works did not meet in April after Village Board decided not to move forward with the Johnson Health Tech path at the Village Board meeting at that point in time. You also, Village Board, received an email based on some questions on what that escalation cost would look like if we delayed repaving the Johnson Health Tech path until 2031 when the Commerce Park improvements are currently planned. Based on 5% escalation rate and the average cost in 2026 of the $60K between the two bidders, it would look like it could be around $80K in 2031. However, it should be noted that one of the high bidders this year was $71,000. So that price can be all over the place. It also depends on fuel and continued escalation costs. The condition of Johnson Health Tech path does have a lot of base issues is going to be my recommendation on that. With pulverizing it and doing an EBS and making sure it's stabilized, we can kind of get rid of some of those chunks of asphalt that you're seeing. Public Works has continually placed cold patch in it for the last several years, and the cold patch only lasts for so long. I know there were previous comments about usability of the Johnson Health Tech path. It is used quite often during lunch. I actually went up there at lunch today and took some pictures around 12:30 and saw 4 different people walking up there for context as well. Happy to take any questions. With moving it back into the project, it would just be change ordered in. Wolf Construction has agreed to honor their price with the original bid, so it would be the $50,000 as originally presented.
All right. Board member questions?
I went up and walked the path today also, and I saw 8 people in the afternoon walking the path. And there are some areas that are, you know, are beyond repair from, you know, someone who's not an engineer. And I could, you know, as has been previously discussed, as things continue to deteriorate, then they're more expensive to repair later. So I'm in favor of moving, you know, this back in the change order.
Renee?
So I walked it as well, and unless those willow trees are taken care of, that path is going to continue to have trees growing up in those areas. And Heidi, you're right, there are some areas on the bike path that are quite damaged. But those willow trees along the path need to be removed, or the problem is not going to be resolved.
Paula, go ahead.
So I voted no at Public Works on this. You know, obviously I work in that area and daily, and I've never seen that many people on the path before, but that's neither here nor there. I would just say that 2 things. One is I believe that we have roads that have a tremendous amount of potholes that we should probably deal with first. If we have extra money in our budget, I think, you know, bumping some of those up that are in our road improvements would be a better idea. And then the other thing is the consideration of when Creed is done with construction and what the whole landscape looks like in terms of walkability up in that area and what those paths look like. It might be that a whole investment is needed to better connect all of those paths. There may be a desire to have, you know, a path from East Gaston up to Creed. So personally, I'd like to see a little bit more intentionality put toward this and have it be part of that whole project that we're going to have to take on, because a lot of the concrete is failing in the Commerce Park, and I truly believe that we're going to need to address it before 2031.
Casey?
So, Kyla, you had mentioned, I think at the previous meeting, about getting fresh PACER ratings once winter conditions ended. Has that yet been done?
I have PACER ratings on all the roads. I do not have PACER ratings on the bike paths. Construction snuck up on me quick, and so it's on my list of things to do.
Fair enough. So you also mentioned, you know, you've been doing the cold patching for several years and more than once a year. If you have it exact or ballpark it, how much has that been costing each year?
Couldn't tell you per se exactly. I mean, cold patch costs about $70 a ton just to patch those little spots. It doesn't always stay. While we do have a hot box and hot asphalt capabilities as of this year with our fleet and equipment purchases, the most we can do is a 10 by 10 patch. If you walk down there, that would be a lot of 10 by 10 patches, and it would be more joint failures, which ultimately would result in the same type of failures long term.
Right, because as several of us did, I also walked it this afternoon. I saw 4 people on the path, 2 people fishing who took the path to get there. And I mean, yeah, it's terrible, especially as it is a multi-use path. You know, and Kyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like the significant damage was on the surface potholing pitting that's like from water and freezing damage, not from the roots or anything from willow trees. But also, I think you'd mentioned that we didn't really know that there was maybe an underlying issue.
Yeah, it's hard to tell without doing what's called a proof roll on the base. I would recommend, and what's included in the plan is to pulverize that, do a proof roll, and kind of see what that base looks like. Some of those trees could be an issue. That'd be something that would be taken a look at once you can kind of actually see what's underneath that asphalt when everything's being mixed up.
Right. Yeah, so because I think in general, as you detailed several times, we have this very good bid this year. It was a 70K bid last year. It dropped $20,000. That's great. And they agreed to keep it with this delay. It's going to go up, and we're already spending money on these repairs, and we would still have to spend at least this 50K or whatever the new cost was, regardless of when we did this. So delaying it only makes us spend more money on repairs now, maybe, very likely makes it more expensive in the future. And yeah, the 2031 redoing plan for it was, for connectivity, for increasing connectivity in the area, if I remember right, not so much for repairs for things.
It would be
right?
a combination of both is what's going to be presented
Okay.
in the capital improvements plan. The pavement's going to be needed to be replaced, but then there also are missing connectivities between different locations that should be looked at in the future.
Right. Yeah, I just think in general, pushing this off for 4 years certainly doesn't seem to save us any money, because this has to be done one way or the other, and it seems like it almost certainly costs us a lot more money, maybe almost double. So I'm inclined to do it now rather than, lose out later.
Yeah, I think I agree with your points, Casey, and and to Paula's point about the sports development complex, moving forward, kind of increases the need for walkability on that sidewalk. So, Renee.
So again, I'd like to, if you could maybe speak to this, Kyla, or maybe Sean, until those willow trees are taken out, the problem is that those little roots in development are going to continue to create pathways under the bike pathway. So how is that going to be addressed?
If the project moves forward, we would take a look at that as part of the pulverization and looking at the base course. If there is a need that trees need to be addressed, it'd be something that I'd work with Sean and the forestry department. Some of those trees are not located on our village property either, so it'd be something I'd have to discuss with Johnson Health Tech. And lastly, there are locations where those willows aren't by some of the spots with deteriorating conditions as well. So it's a combination of all different aspects.
Paula.
Right.
Casey, your comments about rising costs is duly noted. I believe that the same also applies to road repairs, right? I mean, those costs are going up. And so personally, I think that our money would be more valuably spent on road repairs than this. So yeah, costs are going to go up for everything. It's what we prioritize right now.
All right, any other discussion? Casey?
I will make a motion to approve the change order regarding Johnson Health bike path repaving to add the project back into the list of 2026 streets and pedestrian improvements as presented.
Is there a second?
I'd second.
All right, motion by Erlandson, second by Murphy. Roll call. Any other discussion? All right, roll call.
Benzo,
No, because the tree problem is causing a great deal of problems on the bike trail, and you can put a new pavement, new trail there, but until those willows are taken care of, it's gonna continue to be an issue, and it's money not well spent.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Cal Nelson,
Aye.
Murphy, Severson,
Nay.
Stoa,
Yes.
Villavicencio,
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Utility Commission, Chris.
Yes. We met on May 13th at 5 p.m. No public appearances. We approved the minutes from the previous utility meeting and a special utility meeting in March and April respectively. Approved the bills. We had a presentation from the Madison Metropolitan Sewer District Director Eric Dundee. And the director reports there's a water main break on Dentaria on Thursday, April 30th. A couple other main breaks have happened there. So when Dentaria is rehabbed in 2028, part of that project is going to be to replace the water main. Tower 2 had its 10-year cleaning and maintenance. Is staff done with hydrant flushing now, or is it ongoing?
It's still ongoing.
Okay. We had an update about our GIS, which is going to be changing a little in the summer. Frontier is working on their village-wide project. There will be a joint meeting with the Public Works Committee. All public utilities in Hayday have been installed. Storm sewer that didn't meet requirements was removed and installed, and final walkthrough and punch list items will be completed by the end of spring. Pre-construction meeting to discuss schedule for rehab on well number 2 happened in February. Pre-construction meeting occurred on May 5th. Construction beginning late summer, early fall. Farm interceptor project is substantially complete. And there's going to be a stormwater utility feasibility study. Anything else, Kyle?
Comments or questions for Utility Commission?
I would highly encourage watching Eric's presentation. If you're not on Utility Commission, there was a lot of things that we can do as a community from a communication perspective and things as you're talking to your constituents. I thought he did a really good job on his presentation.
Paula?
I was just going to ask Kyla, with the hydrant flushing, I've noticed that in different neighborhoods where that's done, that there has been a lot of debris that has come from that to our storm drains. So are we going to be going out with our street sweepers after this?
Yes, we will be. We typically follow around with our street sweeper after we flush.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to reports from village officers. Rick?
Nothing else from me tonight. I think at the next meeting I'll probably have a presentation or just a quick a thing on open meetings, things like that. So.
All right, we'll move on to my round 2 of committee appointments for 2026 vacancies, which are listed in your agenda.
I'll move approval of the committee appointments as presented.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Murphy, second by Erlandson. Any other discussion on these committee appointments?
Benzo?
Aye.
Erlinson?
Aye.
Kel Nelson?
Aye.
Murphy?
Aye.
Severson?
Aye.
Stoa?
Yes.
Villavicencio?
Aye.
All right, report from village administrator.
Yeah, it's just a couple of things to highlight. Officers Chase Radke and Ross Paulette have graduated from the police academy. That was last week. And then if you followed our social media, you would have seen several ducklings that were saved by our wonderful public works crew out of a storm drain. So thank you for that, and happy to take any questions on the report or tracker.
We'll move on to Assistant Administrator, Finance Director with our Q1 financials.
I'm going to pass it off to Cassie because you guys have heard me talk too much today.
In the packet, you'll find the Q1 report. Overall, pretty favorable. We did note the rising fuel costs, and we're kind of starting to plan what that might look like for the future. But if you have any questions, let us know.
Comments or questions for Cassie?
I'm just going to add one quick kind of note to what Cassie was mentioning. So while this is an important piece of our kind of budget to actual monitoring, understanding that March 31st was already almost 2 months ago. So one of the things that we're actively monitoring right now is the effects with the current conflict in the Middle East. So I've asked each department to kind of go through and kind of say what absolutely is necessary to do and what are things that we can kind of pull back on to help cover some of the kind of planned fuel overages. I'm estimating that we're going to probably have fuel overages between garbage and recycling pickup and filling our fleets between $20,000 and $25,000. We've identified at least that much in funding for things that we can hold back on until there's clarification kind of on the ongoing fuel environment that we're in. Right now, the direct effect is fuel prices. Obviously, aware that almost everything we use on a day-to-day is petroleum-based. And so just being conscious of that as we develop the budget in the next year, that there's going to be some high degree of variability until things start to stabilize on a price per barrel. But just wanted to make sure that this board is aware that that is being very proactively managed at this time.
Other comments, questions? All right. We'll move on to communications and miscellaneous business. We had emails about the village handbook, which the village board received. I forwarded it to staff as well. There was another email about residential ordinance violations, which I think staff will follow up on. And we have a little meeting tomorrow from a Girl Scouts for a Gold Award about kind of safe or changes we can make for windows and building code to improve migratory birds, which is kind of exciting. Other communication? You skipped vouchers. Oops, I skipped vouchers. Oh, that's correspondence, sorry. I don't have my glasses on. All right, does anyone have any other correspondence? And then we'll hop back up to vouchers. All right. Consider approval of vouchers. Bills list is in the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the vouchers as presented.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Murphy, second by Erlinson for approval of the vouchers. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none.
Benzo?
Abstain.
Erlinson?
Aye.
Cal Nelson?
Aye.
Murphy?
Aye.
Severson?
Aye.
Stoa?
Yes.
Villavicencio?
Aye.
All right, we'll go down to upcoming community events. All right, it's May. Inga, what do you got? Oh, we have a farewell for now to Taylor Prairie picnic with the Cottage Grove School and Families Organization, and it's open to the greater neighborhood and community. It is on Thursday, June 4th from 5 to 7. We have a fun community project, art project that everyone in the entire community is invited to participate in, and have a hot dog and say hello to teachers and see you later.
I'll just add, some former teachers also plan on being there as well, too. So it's a pretty holistic event.
Any other community events? Fireman's Festival is coming up, and don't forget to register for the Hot to Trot. All right, the future agenda items. What do we have? Rick's going to give us a presentation.
Yeah, and just to follow up on the agenda item tonight for the waiver of the building permit fees, we'll put together an ordinance that actually codifies that. So try to get that on for the next meeting.
And I guess I'm also looking for board feedback. So we have, in the last, 9 months maybe, have had concept presentations come to Plan Commission and then also then come and repeat at the village board. Our typical planning workflow is that concept plans for feedback come to Plan Commission and get reported on. And then it goes through the process. And I'm wondering if the board would consider, given that we kind of talked about being business friendly and maybe being a little bit more efficient, considering having concept plans go to Plan Commission and not have to do pull a double duty. I'm seeing nodding head.
So that's like a future agenda item?
I'm not sure if we need a future, Rick, do we need a future agenda item on it, or just kind of, we had a concept plan tonight?
Yeah, so we can't take action on anything like that tonight. I don't know if we actually established that as a policy.
We didn't. I don't think it was a formal policy. It was more of just kind of a preference.
Yeah, so I guess if we're changing practice, let me give that some thought.
Okay, so that might be
Yeah.
a future agenda item, if the board is willing to consider kind of having that. Okay.
Yes, willing to consider that as a future agenda item, if you need that on the record.
I see nodding heads all in the room, so, okay. All right, we're going to, we have a closed session for village administrator mid-year check-in. So I'll make a motion that the Village of Cottage Grove Village Board enter into a closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 19.85, paren 1, paren C, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibilities. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by JP. And we'll do a roll call vote.
Benzo.
Aye.
Erlinson.
Aye.
Kel Nelson.
Aye.
Murphy.
Aye.
Severson.
Aye.
Stoa.
Yes.
Villavicencio.
Aye.
I've got things for you to sign too.